Good morning. This is a moderator and welcome Deputy Attorney General Stephanie Lee. Would you like to do a quick mic and camera check?
Hi, good morning. Can you hear
Good
me?
morning. Yes, I can see and hear you. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is a moderator and welcome Erin. I'm going to say Essiter. Would you like to do a quick mic and camera check? So if you can just unmute yourself and turn on your camera, I just want to make sure that you're able to use the software.
Okay.
Okay, we can hear you. That's great. Do you have a camera? Oh, there you go. Perfect.
Hey,
Um,
oh my,
yeah.
I was so worried about this right now. I was like, how do I do this?
Yeah, you're doing great. You have a
Okay.
bright window or light source behind you. You might want to pull the blinds or something, but other than that, it looks good. And I'm going to demote you back to an attendant for now, which means you'll lose the ability to turn on your mic and camera. Don't worry, that's normal. When it comes your time, I will promote you and you'll have access to those features again.
Okay.
All right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I just I'm just worried because my hearing's not that great, and
Okay.
I just got this new hearing aid in, and so I'm trying to like adjust to it. So
Okay.
hopefully I might have my head kind of close to the computer when I'm listening to you guys speak.
That's okay. That's perfectly
Okay.
fine. All
Okay.
right. So we'll see you in a moment.
Okay, so I just keep this on. What do I do right now?
Nothing. I'm going to demote you down to an attendee, and you'll lose the ability to unmute yourself and turn on your camera. And then when it's your time, I'll promote you again, and you'll be able to turn on your camera and mic just like you did now.
Okay, so just stay close to the computer so I can hear you guys.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, do you have any idea what time we're looking at?
Let's see. Hold on. Let me look at the schedule here.
Okay.
Um, all right. So you are the first petitioner. And it starts at 9. So I'm guessing probably close to 9:30 or 9:15, probably.
Okay,
You'll,
cool. Awesome.
yeah. Yeah. S- All
Okay,
right.
well, I'll be right here.
Okay. That sounds great. Thank you, Aaron.
Is it okay that I can't see you right now?
Yes, that is fine.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. This is the moderator. Welcome, members of the public. The meeting will get started at 9 a.m. Good morning and welcome, members of the public. The meeting will get started at 9 a.m. Good morning, this is a moderator. And Scott Harris, are you an attorney for one of the petitioners? If so, could you please raise your hand? So Scott Harris, if you are an attorney for one of the petitioners, could you please raise your hand? All right, this is a moderator. Thank you, Scott. Want to do a quick mic and camera check.
Good morning.
Good morning. I can hear you and I can see you. Wonderful.
Thank you.
All right, and who will you be representing today?
Yes, I represent Miss Dawn Charette.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to demote you down to an attendee for just until we come to her. She did log on earlier and seemed unable to turn on her camera or mic. So she's not logged into the meeting now. So I'm a little concerned about her. So hopefully you might want to.
Understood. I'll check in with her as well.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Mhm. This is a moderator, and good morning, Your Honor. Wilbert Bennett, would you like to do a quick mic and camera test? This is the moderator, and Your Honor, Wilbert Bennett, would you like to do a quick mic and camera test? All right, it looks like you are unmuted. Can you hear me? Your Honor, Bennett, are you able to hear me? It looks like you're unmuted. If you're talking, we can't hear you. So there is a drop-down menu next to the microphone. And if you click on that, you can click on audio settings and increase your input and output. You can also select a different microphone. All right, it looked like you had sound for just a moment. All right, we'll come back to you. All right, Your Honor, Bennett, I can see you. And are you able to hear me? So we can see you, but it looks like you can't hear. All right, we're going to display some slides that we hope will help. So this is the moderator, and Your Honor, Bennett, since we can't hear you, you might need to call in for your audio. So you can use your computer to see and for your camera, but you can call in for your audio. And this is the moderator. Welcome, Executive Officer Sophia Azar. I believe you're in person, but if you want to do a mic or camera check, please feel free.
Can you hear me?
Yes, and I can see you as
Okay.
well. Perfect. Thank you. This is the moderator. And Paul Chavez, I see you had a raised hand. Did you have a question? This is the moderator. Paul, you are unmuted.
Did you unmute me?
I did. You had
Oh.
you had your hand raised.
Okay, so I won't be able to mute or unmute myself.
That is correct. All right, it's not yet time for our meeting to begin. We're still taking care of some things that we need to take care of, but I'm going to go ahead and start the recording so we get that out of the way. All right, this is a moderator and Your Honor, Wilbert Bennett, I can hear sounds coming from your mic. Are you able to hear me? All right, it doesn't sound like it. All right, and I see Dawn has rejoined us. So Dawn, I'm going to make you a panelist so we can do a quick mic and camera test. Dawn, are you able to unmute and turn on your camera? So this is a moderator and Dawn, okay, it looks like you're unmuted.
I'm not anymore.
Correct, you're unmuted. We can
Very
hear
good.
you. And do you have a camera that you can turn on?
I'm on my cell phone. My laptop is not cooperating with me. My
Okay,
desktop doesn't have a camera or a microphone. So I had to resource to my telephone.
okay. We can hear you, but they generally like to see you if you're a
Yeah.
petitioner. So
My camera's red with a strike through it.
yes, if you click on that or select it, that turns it on and it'll become green.
There we go.
All right, sometimes there's a little delay. So
Okay.
hopefully, um, hmm,
I see me.
you do. Okay, because I
Yeah.
am not seeing you.
Okay, how about, can you see me now?
Yes, perfect. You got it.
Nope. Oh,
Okay,
but
good
I
job.
can't see me now.
That,
No, it's
that's
okay. I don't need to see me.
right. Okay, perfect. So I'm going to demote you down to an attendee until it's your time to present your information. But thank you
Yes.
for doing the mic and camera check.
All right. Thank you.
Uh-huh. This is the moderator. Welcome, Catherine Bachiller. Forgive me, I'm sure I mispronounced your name. If you'd like to do a quick mic and camera test.
Good morning. Close enough. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
I can, and I can
Okay.
see you as well. Perfect. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. This is a moderator and welcome back, Your Honor Bennett. I see you're logged in twice now. Hopefully you won't have an echo. All right. It looks like you're unmuted. Are you able to hear me? All right, we can see you. Are you able to hear us? Give it a moment. All right, this is the moderator, Your Honor, Bennett. Are you able to hear me? I can see you, but it seems like you cannot hear. So it probably would help to call in for your audio. All right, I'm going to mute your microphone right now. This is the moderator, and for members of the public that are logged in, welcome. Thank you for your patience. We are working out some technical issues. All right, this is a moderator, and Your Honor, Wilbert Bennett, here's a way you might be able to adjust your sound. So we'll try another mic test. And we are displaying a slide that we hope will help you. All right, this is a moderator, and Paula, are you our court reporter? Paula Chavez, are you our court reporter?
Yes, I am.
Okay, perfect. Okay, are you able to, we can hear you. Are you able to turn on your camera?
Well, that's why I logged out and logged back in because, oh, now I see that
Trisha,
you have.
I called OH just now to
Uh-huh.
see if we can send an email message to the ALJ to
Okay,
let them know that
okay,
we can't hear him,
okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
and also the other way around.
Great, thank you. All right, so Paula, we can see and hear you. Perfect. Thank you so much. Feel free to turn off your camera and mute your microphone as we work out our technical issues.
Great.
Good morning. This is the moderator, and welcome back, Your Honor Wilbert Bennett. I see you're now logged in 3 times to the meeting, so I'm hoping that won't cause an echo. If you are able to hear me, can you please unmute yourself? All right, this is the moderator. We can see you. Are you able to hear us? You're muted right now, so you'll need to click on the unmute button. There's a microphone icon next to your name with the red slash. If you click on it, it turns green, and that means you're unmuted. Or you can go to the bottom of your screen, and there's a microphone there that you can click on. All right, we'll try a mic test again. Your Honor, Wilbert Bennett, if you are able to hear me, can you please unmute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon next to your name? And we can do a mic test. All right, this is the moderator, and Your Honor, Bennett, would you like to try testing your audio again? This is a moderator, and Your Honor, Bennett, if you can hear me, can you please click on the microphone icon next to your name or at the bottom of your screen? And there is also an option to call in. We are displaying the directions. All right, this is a moderator, and Your Honor, Bennett, are you able to hear me? Okay. Can you try clicking on the microphone icon next to your name or at the bottom of your screen? Let me try giving you a prompt. If you see a request to unmute yourself, go ahead and click on it. So I can see your mouth moving, but you're still muted. So we can't hear you. All right, this is a moderator, and Your Honor, Wilbert Bennett, you are now logged into the meeting 4 times. Usually 2 times will cause an echo, so I'm not sure what 4 times will do, but if you can hear me, you can try unmuting yourself. We can see you.
Hello.
Hello, Your Honor Bennett. We can hear you. We can't see you now. There seems to be a cover on the camera, but we can hear you. Are you able to hear us?
They can hear or see you. It only looks like one person's in the room.
So we can hear you. Can you hear us? And if you can hear us, we cannot hear you. So you can try clicking on the drop-down menu next to your microphone at the bottom of your screen. Select audio settings, and you can increase your input and your output level. You can also select a different mic. So we can hear noises, but it sounds like you can't hear us.
What is it again?
Okay, I'm going to mute you and then we'll check back in just a minute or so. All right, this is the moderator, and Your Honor, Wilbert Bennett, we can see you. Are you able to hear us? And you are logged in 4 times, so I'm not sure what that will do to your sound, but if you can hear me, can you please unmute yourself? And that means you click on the red icon of a microphone next to your name, or you can click on the icon of a microphone at the bottom of your computer. All right, this is a moderator, and Honor Bennett, we can see you. Can you hear us? If so, please unmute yourself. So you are muted, and you can tell because your microphone's red with a slash through it. If you click on it, it'll turn green and you'll be unmuted. Good morning. This is a moderator, and while we're working out technical issues, Stephanie Louie, welcome. Would you like to do a quick mic test and camera test?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. And are you able to turn on your camera?
I am. There we go. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me. I'll be sitting in the back listening in.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Perfect. Thank you so
you.
much. All right. And Your Honor, Bennett, if you want to try unmuting yourself. Good morning. This is a moderator, and Your Honor, Bennett, you are now logged into the meeting 5 times. We recommend being logged in only once. I'm not sure if you're trying different devices.
Hear you. Ask her if she can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I don't,
And see me.
okay, and
And
can
are
you see me?
hold on.
Okay,
Can't see you yet, but sometimes there's a little bit of a delay. All right, so it shows your camera, but we're not seeing you.
I can see him.
You
I can see the
can.
judge.
Okay, perfect. Well, that's all that matters. So, if I could just have my visual producer go to the beginning of the slides, we can get started. Wonderful. Thank you. And we are being recorded, so we don't have to, that's already taken care of.
Call from unavailable.
Sorry. Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay, one moment, please.
Are we good?
hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. And welcome to the board meeting of the Structural Pest Control Board. This meeting is being held on March 12th, 2025, and the time is 9:39. We will now establish a quorum. Sophia, can you please do a roll call?
You know, Aaron, I don't know, somebody is. Now I do have access. Are you there, Aaron?
Oh, is he not able to hear us?
Can,
Yeah.
can you hold on? Now I have BC on the line.
Can
Can you hold on for a minute, Aaron? Okay,
Can you hear us?
yeah, do you think our reception has been cleared up? I mean, our issue?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you as well. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, but I can't, let's see. I can hear you, but I can't see you. Okay, just a second. I have OAH on the line right now. They may recommend that I call in, but if we can have the complete reception, maybe we should proceed. Just a second. Aaron, are you there? Okay, I think they can hear.
Does he need to see it?
Okay, okay, I'll proceed with them if that works. And you sent some instructions for calling in or something, you said?
Right. Yeah.
Tell you what, if I can't get through, I'll call you back. If you don't hear from me, that means the problem is resolved. Okay, thanks, Aaron. You're at the main number, right? Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Bye. Hi, I'm back. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you and we can also see you. Are you able to hear us?
Uh, can hear you. I can't see you, but there's
Okay.
Victoria.
If you're comfortable moving forward with just hearing us, we can hear you and see you.
Fine.
Are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay, great. We'll move on and please make us aware if you have any other technical difficulties, but for the time being, we'll move on with agenda item number 2 with the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I jumped the gun here. So sorry, going back, Sophia, can you please do a roll call?
Yes. President Anderson,
Here.
Vice President Finley,
Here.
Board Member Tingen,
Here.
Board Member Paxson,
Here.
Board Member Mendenhall,
Here.
and Board Member Bindal.
Present.
Thank you.
Everyone present. We have a quorum.
With the quorum established, we will now move on to our next agenda item number 2, the Pledge of Allegiance. You can all join me.
Pledge of Allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Everything we would say for that year. Phone calls and stuff.
Okay, Your Honor, I just wanted to make you aware that your microphone is live, and so anything that you say, we can hear. So just wanted to make you aware that we're going to keep your microphone open, but any phone calls or any discussions, we will be able to hear.
Thank you very much. Are you Victoria?
No, I am Yesenia Anderson, the president of the Structural Pest Control Board.
Okay. Okay, I think we can proceed. I can hear you and I can see some of you, it looks like. But yeah, we could certainly, I could feel comfortable proceeding this way.
Okay, thank you very much. Agenda items 3 and 4 are petitions for reinstatement. The purpose of these hearings are for the board to consider these petitions for reinstatement. I will now turn the meeting over to our administrative law judge to begin the hearings.
Okay, thank you. We are here today to review the petition for reinstatement of Aaron J. Essert. This matter is being heard remotely before the Structural Pest Control Board by a video conference proceeding. This matter bears Office of Administrative Hearings case number 2025-020-398. My name is Wilbert Bennett. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings, and I've been assigned to preside over this matter. Before we proceed, I would like to Can you hear me still?
Yes, we can still hear you.
I just wanted to be sure. Okay, before we proceed, I would like to check with our court reporter. And I'd like her to identify herself on the record with her CSR number.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Paula C. Chavez, certified shorthand reporter, license number 7943.
7943. And Madam Court Reporter, at the end of the proceeding, can you give us an estimated number of pages and an ending time for the hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chavez. Again, the members of the board have identified themselves for the record, and a quorum of the board is present. May I take the appearance of the Deputy Attorney General?
Good morning, Your Honor. Deputy Attorney General Stephanie Lee, on behalf of the Office of the Attorney General, appearing pursuant to Government Code Section 11522.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. And the petitioner, Aaron J. Essert, are you here? Mr. Essert?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Can you see me?
Yeah, Mr. Essert, you please let us know if for any reason you cannot hear us.
Yes,
I
Your
know
Honor.
you can't. I don't know if you can see me, but
I can't see you, Your Honor. I can see other people though.
okay. Before we proceed, Mr. Essert, I just wanted to explain the procedures to you in this matter. And this is our customary practice. The Deputy Attorney General will proceed first to present the petition and provide a background orientation in this matter. After that, you will have the opportunity and the right to make a presentation under oath on your own behalf to explain why you believe that your license should be reinstated. The petitioner, that's you, may also call witnesses to testify on his behalf. You and any witnesses will be subject to questioning by both the board members and the Deputy Attorney General. The board is particularly concerned with any rehabilitation that you may have engaged in since your license discipline. The petitioner, that's you, is reminded that the board has had the benefit of reading the petition package. You do not have to repeat anything that is included in that package. After the hearing, after your hearing, the board will go into closed session to deliberate. There's another matter also that the board will hear later. But you will not receive a decision today, but you will receive it in mail sometime in the future. Do you have any questions up to this point?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, at this point, I will turn the matter over to the Deputy Attorney General for presentation of the petition package. Ms. Lee, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The first matter before the board is a petition for reinstatement of Mr. Essert's license RA 52425 in branches 2 and 3. Beginning with the procedural history of this petition, Mr. Essert was first issued this license in August of 2011 and granted on a 5-year probationary basis, pursuant to a stipulation that had listed 12 prior convictions. That license was subject to disciplinary action in 2013, when the board filed an accusation and a petition to revoke probation in case number 2013-45. The basis of that accusation was that Mr. Essert had sustained a conviction in 2012 after the granting of his license for simple possession of heroin. After that accusation case was filed, the board revoked Mr. Essert's license pursuant to a default decision effective September 14, 2013. There was cost recovery associated with that case in the amount of $3,730. And if a license were to be reinstated after this hearing, the board should include that outstanding cost recovery in any newly reissued license. Mr. Essert also filed and had heard a prior petition for reinstatement in 2017. That decision was denied in 2018. Your Honor, at this time, we'll introduce the exhibit book, which has been marked collectively as Exhibit 1. It consists of the jurisdictional documents for this hearing, including the board's letter confirming the hearing date and the petitioner's confirmation of hearing. It includes Mr. Essert's entire petition and supporting documents, including his petition declaration, his live scan request that was completed, and mitigating evidence that he submitted, including a letter from himself, a letter from Frank C. Abbott, A-B-B-O-T-T Jr., a letter from Matthew Baer, B-A-E-R-E, M.D., a letter from Michelle Middlecoff, M-I-D-D-L-E-K-U-F-F, and a number of AA attendance forms dated 2023 and 2024. It also includes the first and prior petition for reinstatement Mr. Essert had submitted in 2017, as well as a decision from that prior petition effective 2018. It also includes prior rehabilitation evidence that Mr. Essert had submitted for that prior petition. The exhibit book also includes the original stipulation for the probationary license that was issued. It also includes a number of criminal case records, and these criminal case records are all dated after the decision on the first petition for reinstatement. So it includes the court records for Kern County case number BM 928108A for a 2019 conviction of Health and Safety Code 11350A. It includes the related incident report. It also includes the court records for 2 post-release community supervision violations dated in 2019 and 2020. It includes the court records for Kern County Superior Court case number BM 953-299A for a 2024 conviction of Health and Safety Code 11377A, which was possession of methamphetamine, as well as section 11364, which is possession of drug paraphernalia, and the related incident report from September 19, 2020. It also includes the court records for Kern County case number BF19005-1A. This relates to a conviction from the same date as the previous one, May 10th, 2024, for Health and Safety Code sections 11377 and 222, Penal Code section 22210, which is a possession of a billy club. It also includes the related incident report to that conviction, which is dated May 1st, 2022. And finally, the exhibit book also includes a certification of Mr. Essert's license history for RA 52425.
Okay, Ms. Lee, does that conclude your presentation?
It does, Your Honor, subject to examination of Mr. Essert. Thank you.
Mr. Esther, do you have any objection to the introduction of the petition package into evidence?
Um, um, no, the only thing that I have, I noticed that it says something about a case that was in 2024, but actually that case was in 2022. I didn't take care of it until the year of 2024 when when I got my head together straight. That's when I went back to court and took care of it, but it wasn't in 2024. That was in 2023, I believe. That
Okay,
one.
but the conviction date or the year of the conviction was 2024, correct?
Yeah, that's when I took care. That's when I took care of it.
Okay, you just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have no objection to the introduction of the petition package into evidence?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Um, at this point, are you ready to make your presentation?
Yeah, I sure. I guess I am.
Okay, before you proceed, I'd like to, since you're not represented by counsel particularly, I want to give you just a sort of a roadmap on this. This is your opportunity to present your case. You may testify on your own behalf. You are reminded that the board has had the benefit of your petition package, so there is no need to repeat anything in that package.
Okay.
Before you proceed, I am going to swear you in as a witness. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony at this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Esser, do you have any additional documents you would like to present?
No, I kind of came up with, I don't know, I don't have any more documents.
You do not. Okay, do you have any witnesses you would like to call to testify on your behalf?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so you are prepared to proceed with your testimony, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, please proceed with your testimony however you see fit, keeping in mind that the board does have a file in this matter, so you don't need to repeat what may
Okay.
be in that petition package. So
Okay.
please proceed however you choose to make your presentation, focusing on the fact that the purpose of this hearing is not to relitigate matters already determined, but to determine whether you have been rehabilitated from the matters that resulted in your disciplinary action. So please proceed.
Okay. Wow. This is tough. It's crazy because I basically do this every single day. I'm a part of the AA family, and one of the things that we do, I guess, is give our testimony every single day. And I know at this point that the last case that I got was in 2023. I guess if it's okay that I can just be brutally honest, what happened. My testimony is, I don't know how it's going to make me look, but it's just kind of what happened to me. Um, it started with in 2023. I had gotten addicted to fentanyl pretty bad, and if you look around this day, this fentanyl is just taking over this whole country, and it got a hold of me. And I'm not proud of it, but it's something that I've been through and something that I have victory over today. And what had happened was the last time that I had used and what put me on the road to recovery was I had woken up in the office. Sometimes I would go in the office of my house and I would go in there and read and do things that I wasn't supposed to do. Well, I decided to go in there and take the last of the fentanyl that I had. And I woke up to my 19-year-old daughter and my wife and EMT standing over me. And I had an overdose. And that scared me. I realized at that moment and that time that I didn't have a rock bottom. You know, a lot of people talk about having a rock bottom, and I knew that that rock bottom for me was through that grave. It was the only way out. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how I was going to do. I knew at that time that I had lost my family. There was no hiding it anymore. There was nothing that I could do. So the only thing that I did was I laid in bed for a couple weeks, really sick, really, really sick. I'd never been through something like that before in my life. And I started going to meetings. I started going to these AA meetings. There was one down the street from me, and I just started going every single day. And while I was going, I was trying to get into some kind of program that would take me. I was trying to get into Teen Challenge at the time. I was trying to get into Freedom House at the time. Any kind of program that can take me away for a year and get my head straight. Um, Before, when I had gotten out of prison, I had 2.5 years clean, I think it was. And I thought that I was going to be okay. I thought that I would just come back to the streets and, you know, start doing pest control and everything and be fine, just get my life back in order. And the reason you guys had denied me the last time, and it always stuck with me, and the words were, you guys didn't feel like I was active enough in my recovery. I didn't know what that meant. Honestly, at that time, I didn't know what that meant. It's like, well, what do you mean by that? I've been clean for 2.5 years. I went to a 6-month program. I thought that that's what recovery was going and getting healed and coming back. Well, that wasn't the case, and you guys were absolutely right to not have given me my license the last time. And now I see that because now that I'm involved with recovery, it is 24/7. I literally have to chase my recovery like I did my addiction. And it just came to the point, you know, I was sick and tired of being sick and tired. And here it, and now here I am. Fast forward a little bit. Not only am I a member of AA, I've worked the 12 steps. I live the 12 steps. I have a sponsor. I have sponsees. I have 3 different men underneath me that that I work with now in recovery, and I think that's the biggest part of recovery is giving away so freely what's been given to me. You know. So today, if you notice in my paperwork, all the meetings that I go to, that's just some of them. That just there's a lot of them that I didn't write down that I wasn't keeping track of. Those are just the ones that I happened to write down on my calendar that I kept note of, and I put those on the paper for you. But during the week right now, I would say I would do 5 to 10 meetings, even to this day, every single week. When things get tougher, I do more meetings, you know. I'm always of service. And what you don't see in between those meetings is the time that I put in helping other people. Not only that is recovery my life now, but I'm also on the right medication. The medication I take is called Brixadi, and it's a shot that you take once a month in your stomach for opioid withdrawal. I've been taking that for, I want to say maybe close to a year now. And that's been really beneficial in my life. And it's something that I have to even consider taking for the rest of my life, you know. And so I'm on the right medication. I am on the right path. I not only am I a part of AA, but I'm a part of the Kiwanis Club. And I was just reading the pamphlet that you guys sent me, and it shows some of the cases that I have. And I was reading, you know, some of the judges that had sentenced me, and it's crazy because the same judge that sentenced me is now the person that I sit next to in the Kiwanis Club. And this week I'm actually going to his retirement party, Judge Bush. And I'm actually got invited to his retirement party. It's just a number of things that I'm involved with today. Not just recovery, but I surround myself with friends that challenge me, not friends that just accept me for who I am. And I think that's a big part of it is putting myself in the herd of those people. Yeah, so today, right now, what I'm doing is my dad had sold Stop Pest Control about 5 years ago, and my brother about a year and a half ago, he maintained part of the company out in San Luis Obispo, but I'm here in Kern County, and he kept on getting so much business here in Kern County, and after he seen that I had about a year and a half, about year 6 months clean, he called me up and said, "Hey," he goes, "You still wanting to do pest control?" And I was just like, I've always wanted to do pest control. This is just something I've been born into. I've been doing pest control my whole life. I have 2 years, 8 months, 10 days clean today. It's been a rough road, but I wouldn't trade it for anything. My worst day sober was better than my best day out there in my addiction, that's for sure. Now not only am I working for my brother's pest control company, but I'm also part owner of it now. My sister owns part of the company, and my dad is back into the business again. And so here I am doing pest control, and everything in my life as far as addressing it. I'm taking care of all of my court stuff. I've taken care of all my work release, paid my fines. Um, I don't know if this matters much, but it matters a bunch to me. But I've even paid off my credit card debts. I mean, just everything that I'm doing today is just, I feel like I am a productive member of society, and I wouldn't change it. And and usually right now that being before a judge is not a good thing for me. But today I'm standing before you men and women in front of a different kind of judge for something that I'm doing good in my life. And I'll do whatever it takes to get that license back, even if it has to be the applicators for 2 to 5 years. Whatever it takes, I'm willing to do it. It doesn't matter. Everything that I've already been through is set me up for this moment, I guess you can say. And I'm ready to. I'm managing this company now 100%, but that I'm so limited to what I can do, And this is just the next step, and hopefully another victory in my life, and hopefully to be another part of my testimony. But I think that's about all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Esser. Does the Deputy Attorney General have questions?
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Esser.
Good morning.
Okay, so you mentioned you have one daughter. How old is she?
Excuse me?
How old is your daughter?
My daughter's 20 years old now. No, she's
Has
just
the other-
21. I'm sorry, 21.
Do you have any other children?
Yes, I have a son, and he is 14 and is getting ready to start high school next year.
Do you provide financial support for anyone other than yourself?
Just my wife and my kids.
And are you mentioned that you are currently employed with Stop Pest Control, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What percentage of the company do you own now?
10% at the moment.
And besides your family members, is there anybody who's non-family that owns a part of that company?
Nope, it's just my family.
So does your brother own the majority of the company at this point?
My brother just actually gave my dad the majority part of it. So I think what it is now is my dad is 50, my brother is 30, I'm 10, and my sister is 10.
And you said that you manage at the company, but you're limited in what you can do. Can you tell us what some of your day-to-day duties are?
Well, what I'm basically just I'm managing the company. I set up all the scheduling. I take care of I have the phone, so I'm taking all the new phone calls. Um, I help train. I have one guy that's working underneath me, and he's my nephew Ryan. And so I put him in a position now that he's out there running the route right now as we speak. And I'm just handling, there's so much behind the scenes that I do, you know, but there's a lot of things that I can't do. I can't get out there and apply myself and help him out. All I can do is kind of follow him around during the day and help him out and kind of give him the right advice what to do, you know, so.
And after you, if the board were to reinstate your applicator's license, do you have any further plans in the future?
Yeah, eventually would like to get my branch 2 again, and then my operators.
You actually had a, prior to the one that you were asking to have reinstated, you've actually
Miss
been.
Lee, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but are you able to increase your microphone volume?
Me?
No, sorry, Miss Lee.
Okay.
And can I ask, is that Victoria who's speaking? Victoria
No,
Caesar?
this is Yesenia Anderson.
Please let her know that my name on it because I have to sign in. So
Okay,
she-
so when
Oh,
whoever
okay. So
whoever
this is,
speaks from
it's a-
that room, can they identify themselves before they speak? Because it's just a little thumbnail on my screen and I can't see anybody in particular, so I have no idea of who's speaking.
Yes, will do. This is Yesenia Anderson.
Thank you.
Miss Lee, are you able to increase your volume or speak directly into the mic so that we can hear you a bit better?
Yes, Ms. Anderson. So I think I don't know how to increase my volume, so I'll try to speak louder. Is that a little bit better, President Anderson?
Yes, that's much better. Thank you so much.
So where was I? Mr. Esther, you were actually licensed as an applicator even before 2011. Is that right? Since as early as 2000?
I had my applicator's license.
As early as 2000, is that right?
I believe so. I'm not really sure.
Okay, and
Yeah,
some of those earlier licenses were just canceled due to non-renewal.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you. Can you say that again?
Some of those earlier licenses you had canceled just as non-renewal.
Okay.
Is that right?
Is it non-renewed? Is that what you're asking?
I'm just talking about your earlier licenses before this one, the one that we're talking about now. You had 2 earlier licenses, right?
Yeah, it was just time lapse.
Time lapse, okay.
Yeah.
And in terms of continuing education, have you done any continuing education in your field recently?
As far as education and pest control, or?
Yes.
No, I just been studying for my branch 2 again, just making sure that, you know, if I get the opportunity that I'll be able to take the test in the future. But no, ma'am.
Okay, I want to go over some of the convictions that had happened since your first petition. I just want to ask you some follow-up questions. So you had 2, so you were on PRCS, right? Post-release community supervision. Is that right?
I'm not sure what that means exactly.
So you were like on PRCS is like a form of, it's like parole for non-violent, non-serious offenders. Is that right?
Okay, yes.
Okay. So you had 1 conviction in 2019 that was for simple possession, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then in 2019, you had, in 2018, sorry, scratch that. In 2019, you had a PRC, a parole violation, where you served 90 days. And then in 2020, you also had a second parole violation where you served 180 days. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened in either of those incidents? What was the basis of the violations?
I think it was a dirty drug test at the time. That's been a while, but that would have been why.
For both violations?
Yeah, as far as I honestly, that's so far back, I can't even really remember. I know that I violated because I had a dirty drug test and wasn't showing up. wasn't showing up to
Wasn't
my
showing up for your parole visits?
yes.
Okay. Okay, so now I want to talk about 2024. You had clarified that the convictions that happened in 2024, right? But the incidents that happened before that. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So you have two separate convictions in 2024. One is from a 2020 incident and one is from a 2022 incident. Does that sound about
Yes.
right to you?
Yeah, I think that sounds about right.
Okay. So the last criminal incident that you got arrested for was in 2022. That's the last one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you have any, since then, do you have any other criminal arrests, incidents, contacts with law enforcement, anything that's pending?
I'm happy to say no.
Okay. Now, when you resolved your 2020 and 2022 cases in 2024, you were placed on a year of probation. Is that right?
No, they didn't even put me on probation. They gave me a work release and a fine, and I went and did the work release and the fine. So I'm no longer on any probation.
Okay. Your the records that were included in that packet that we sent you, they indicate that you're on informal probation for 1 year since the May 2024 conviction.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory at all? It does
Um,
also mention the work release.
okay, it does mention the work release.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't think that I'm on maybe a formal probation, but I know that I don't have a probation officer or anything like that anymore.
Right. So it looks like you were sentenced to court or informal probation for 1 year. Does
Okay.
that sound about right to
Yeah,
your memory?
that sounds about right.
Okay. So that means that you don't have a probation officer monitoring you at this time. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. What that means is if I were to pick up a case within that year, they can give me the maximum of a sentence. It's kind of like it's a court probation, you know. It's not, you don't have to, there's no check-ins with probation or anything like that. I served and finished all that part of it.
Great. And a part of your sentencing from the May 2024 convictions, it says that you were supposed to do 60 NA meetings. Did you complete that term?
Oh yeah, plus hundreds.
Okay. And have you made any attempts to expunge any of your convictions? Either the
That's
ones that we've talked
I had
sorry,
just
sorry,
Wait a minute,
okay, sorry.
sir. I need you to let her finish the question before you start answering.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Miss Lee, can you restate your question, please?
Sure. Have you made any attempt to expunge any of your convictions, either the ones that we've talked about now or your prior ones?
I'm actually in a position to start doing that. I had talked to my public defender about 6 months ago, and she just told me just give it a little bit more time and then to contact her again, and we can start working on expunging my record. Yeah, so that's one of my next big steps.
So now I want to move on and ask you a little bit about your sobriety, your path to sobriety. Do you have a sobriety date as of today?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
July 1st, 2022.
So that looks like it was about a couple months after your last arrest. Does that sound
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yeah, it's about 2 months after my last arrest.
And did that coincide with the event that you were talking about where you woke up to an EMT in your house?
Yes, ma'am.
So since that date, you've provided information that you've been attending AA meetings all of 2023 and 2024. Is that right?
Yes.
And does AA help you? Like, I don't know if there's a distinction for you between attending NA meetings versus AA meetings.
Well, in the beginning, I was doing both meetings, and I found that when I was going to the NA meetings, There was just like a lot of people there that I felt like they were just trying to get like their court card signed. There was a lot of people that didn't really have that much time in recovery, and it was just it wasn't serious enough for me. So when I kind of started attending the AA meetings, it was more on the spiritual side, on my Christian beliefs and everything, and it was able to follow those steps a little bit better than the NA ones.
Okay. In your last petition hearing, you had described yourself as a polysubstance abuser. Was that, were you also, do you also have an addiction dependence to alcohol?
I've never really been addicted to alcohol before. Pretty much everything, but but if they say in AA, liquid or high, it liquid or dry, it all gets you high. So that's the kind of way that we look at it in there.
And do you find that the AA counseling that you receive and the support that you receive from AA, does that transfer over to your own addiction, dependence and controlled substances?
Absolutely. That's the cool thing about when you're going in there and you're finding a sponsor, you want to kind of find a sponsor that's been through some of the same things that you have, somebody that you relate with. And me being in there and my testimony, when I share my testimony, it also relates to a lot of people that are in there for the same reasons that I do. So it's funny because I get phone calls and text messages all the time. Hey, Aaron, can you help with this kid? He had the same problems, the same addictions with you. Can you reach out to him? So that's the kind of stuff that I'm doing today.
I have a couple of clarification questions from the records you provided. So give me 1 second. So there was a letter submitted by Frank C. Abbott, A-B-B-O-T. He actually submitted 2 letters. Do you know him through your work at the Kiwanis Club?
Well, he started going to the AA classes that I was going to, and then come to find out that he was the president of the Kiwanis clubs, and he had invited me to one of the Kiwanis meetings, and so now I go over there. Sometimes I get up and speak in front of the men too, and but we're helping out kids and stuff. It's what the Kiwanis are doing is just it's amazing what they're helping the kids do here in Kern County. We just like to recognize the progress that they're doing in school, especially around here where I live.
When you say that you speak in front of the men, what demographic are you speaking to, and what are you sharing with them?
Well, it just so happened that after about the third meeting that I was there, that see, they usually have scheduled speakers that come in, and the third meeting I was there, Mr. Frank Abbott asked me, he goes, "Hey, well," he goes, "You're the guest speaker today." And I was like, "Well, what do you want me to talk about?" And he said, tell the Kiwanis what you're doing in your life. Tell them a little bit about the business that you're starting." And so I just kind of talked to him about pest control and the safety of it and what I'm trying to do in my life.
And what are the ages of the folks that you're talking to?
What are the agents?
What are their ages? How old are they?
Oh, the kids? The kids are it's all junior high kids that we're helping.
One of the things in Mr. Abbott's letter says that you've been helping generate scholarships. Can you tell us a little bit more about that through Kiwanis?
So what happens is in the Kiwanis, what we have, the Kiwanis like to recognize usually every other week. So I go every Wednesday at noon for that. And every other week we have about 2 to 6 students that come in that have been outstanding at their schools, in the school district that we support around here. And they kind of come in and they talk about what they're doing in school, and we ask them questions about what they're doing as far as their future, what kind of colleges they want to go to and stuff. And then we present them with a plaque, and we have their teachers come up and talk about them. And then the students will talk about themselves for a little bit. And then, yeah, so we give them grants and cards, certain kind of cards like Visa cards and stuff like that, just to encourage these kids to keep doing the things that they're doing to stay on the right path.
Okay. There was a letter from a Dr. Bear, Matthew Bear.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the current doctor that's treating you with the opioid dependence shots?
Yes, he's my doctor, the one that's administering the shot for me.
Okay. And are you currently still receiving those injections?
Every month, yes, ma'am.
There was a letter that you included from Groups Recover Together.
Mm-hmm.
It's dated 2024. Are you currently in any kind of treatment program?
That's what I was in groups for quite some time. This is before I went to Dr. Bear. So the groups was part of it's kind of I guess an outpatient program. And weekly we would do like Zoom videos like this, and we would talk about our recovery. And at the time, it was a Suboxone program, and that's the kind of medicine that I had started taking at first. Then for some reason, the funding of that program stopped in Kern County, and that's when I started having to look for a different way to do the outpatient thing, or a doctor or something that can prescribe me my medicine. That's when I started seeing Dr. Bear.
Okay. So when did you finish your counseling with Groups Recover Together?
Oh, I want to say maybe 7, 8 months ago.
And besides the AA meeting and the counseling, are you receiving any other therapy or treatment that you haven't gone over?
Any more therapy? No, I guess just right now it's just giving back, you know. It's just giving back what's been given to me. But it's like every single meeting that I go to every day is some type of therapy for me. It's free therapy. I have two commitments at AA. I'm sorry. Sometimes I hear feedback on the computer, but I've also taken commitments too. So I'm part of the business meeting on Thursday nights. On Thursdays at 6 o'clock and on Fridays at 5:30. Those are my meetings. So I run those, and I get to kind of speak about what I want to speak about on those meetings.
And are you currently on any prescription opioid medications?
Nope, just the Brixadi shot.
Which is for your which is to curb your opioid dependence.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Estert, your last hearing before the board was 2017. And by the time you had done that hearing, you had about a little over 2 years of sobriety under your belt. Since that time, you picked up quite a number of convictions and parole violations. So how can the board be assured that this time you are ready to continue to commit to your sobriety, and that you won't be making similar mistakes in the future? Is there anything that you haven't already gone over that you can share with the board?
Everything that I'm doing right now is what I'm supposed to be doing, and this cannot stop. I can't even go 2 days without a meeting. It's just so important to my recovery, you know, and it's so important to the people that I'm helping in recovery too. So this is a way of life for me now, and I really didn't understand that before. I didn't really, you know, I just thought getting clean was what was the only thing you could do, but I didn't know that there was so much more being involved with it and being a part of it. But honestly, there's not much more that I can do that I'm doing right now. I believe that.
And besides what you've already testified to, have you experienced any other life changes, or have you made any life changes that have helped you stay on course that have been different from your previous time before the board?
Man, it's just, I guess they say the one thing that I had to change was everything, you know, and that's exactly what I've had to do. I don't have friends anymore, just no more acquaintances. The only friends that I surround myself with today are people that encourage me and people that lift me up. Um, my whole life is my family and my job and my recovery and God, you know, number one of all.
Okay. And if the board were to reinstate your license, are you able and willing to pay back the costs from that first case?
Absolutely.
And if the board were to reinstate your license and you're placed on probation again, are you willing to abide by the terms of that probation?
Absolutely.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Do any of the board members have questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Esser. First of all,
Please,
sorry,
can you please identify yourself for the court reporter?
yes, apologies. This is Yesenia Anderson. First and foremost, I just want to just celebrate your sobriety and congratulate you on that. And my hope is that you continue down that path. And I also want to thank you for your candor and your transparency. I know that that must have taken a lot to be able to share to that level. So thank you. I only have two really short questions. So in terms of your recovery, can you speak to how you're able to continue to stay on a path of sobriety? I know that you talked about your goals in terms of this reinstatement and even future goals of ownership. Are there, you know, I guess just on an ongoing basis, there can be life stressors, especially when you own a business, when you're an owner and even just a regular full-time employee. What assurances can you make in terms of being able to handle those stressors and then perhaps not relapsing at that point in time?
Oh, I guess that's you know, like what I said to her, it's just the recovery part of me, it can never stop. This is just something that I have to live every single day. I always know that no matter what, that it's always going to be in the back of my mind. And today I just no matter what I do, I got to play that tape forward, you know. And that used to be a scary thing for me to play that tape forward, because once I would play that tape forward, it was easy for me to imagining throwing everything away again. Um, Samber, I've thrown away everything so many times. I've been married 10 years now, and it literally feels like this is the third year of my marriage. You know, so it's almost like I'm in the honeymoon stage, even with my family again. Um, as far as what else I can do, I don't know what else I can do. All I can know is to keep doing what I'm doing daily. I mean, every day when I get home off work, I lay down for about 15, 20 minutes and it's straight to a meeting every single day. My recovery, if it wasn't for my recovery, and that it has to be the most important thing, because if it wasn't for my recovery, I wouldn't have this job and I wouldn't have my family. You know, so I don't really know how to answer that question. I don't know what kind of answer you're looking for, but this is what I have to do, and it's not something that I can let up on.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I see the meetings that you've attended, and while most of them I think are in the evening time, do you feel that you have the support of your employer should there be let's say, a more difficult time period where you might have to step away to attend a meeting during the workday? Or do you just feel like you have their support in general to be able to continue your recovery, and what is needed to be able to do that?
100%. That's the good thing about my dad. He never really understood any of this, the addiction stuff, and he never really knew what it was like going through what I've been through, and everything. So he's definitely got. He never thought that I was going to be able to accomplish what I've accomplished without having to go away to Teen Challenge for another year or going to prison again. And for him to see what I'm doing with my recovery in AA is just, yeah, he's 100%. I go to meetings at the new time all the time. Anytime I have a chance, even if it's my lunch break, I'll go stop by a new meeting, even if it's for 30 minutes just to catch a meeting. So it's not just in the evenings. I'm available to go to a meeting anytime I can.
Great, thank you.
There's not much idle time that I allow myself these days. That's for sure.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Yeah, thank you.
This is Board Member Finley. Again, congratulations. Love the path that you're headed on. What is the next, I had two questions kind of go together. How does your role change by getting the applicators? And what's like the future game plan look like the next 2 to 5 years with the family business if you get your license back?
Well, I need to get my applicators because it's the only way that I can be in the field with the guys. And it's the only way that I can have the opportunity to train them properly. We hold ourselves to a higher standard over here at Stop Pest, and I've been trained by my dad my whole life, and that's why the reason that his company has grown, has been so successful in the past, is because he holds everybody to a higher standard. He told me, he said, son, even if you don't get your license, he said, we'll just keep on going. We'll go back before the board again. He said, just know that everything will be okay, but he goes, but at the same time, it's like, and I sure hope you get your license so you can get out there with these guys, and be a part of that. Because right now I'm not able to apply or do anything. All I can do is just kind of lead the guys in the right direction and kind of show them what they need to do and stuff. And I just need to be available so that I can be in that truck and showing up and being able to help on certain jobs, because we're starting to get really, really busy right now. And they definitely need me in the field.
So it sounds like the role will change quite a bit if you get the applicators. Like for what you're doing now. What about 2 to 5 years from now? Do you have plans? To then get your branch 2, look to get your operators? Do you have future plans?
Yes, I want to get my applicators back, and I want to get my branch 2 back, and then eventually get my operators, one day. But yeah, that's the plan right now. It's just it's a new company again that we just started, and it's just going full blast and getting this thing built up, at least get 3 or 4 good guys working underneath us, and just going from there. That way all 3 or 4 of us are making, the most money, but also taking care of the customers at the same time.
Thank you so much. No further questions from me.
Good, thank you.
Any further questions by board members?
Board member Paxson, Mark Paxson. As the other board members have said, I applaud you for what you've done the last few years, and I hope for your sake and your family's sake that you continue it. I have a question that I think the record shows this, but I just want to confirm that all of your criminal offenses were drug related. Is that accurate?
Yes.
No crimes against property or crimes against people?
No.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions by board members?
This is Board Member Tengen. I'd like to congratulate you. I know sobriety is tough. I have a friend that It's a lifestyle. It's exactly what you described. You know, going to the meetings, it's a commitment, and I applaud you. So keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir.
I have just a couple of clarifying questions, Mr. Essert. You mentioned that Dr. Beer gives you the monthly shots, and I think you call them Braiati.
Brixadi.
Oh, could you spell that?
I think it's BARAXIDI.
You think it's
It's a
B
pretty
as
new
in
shot
boy?
it's a pretty new shot that's out there. And what's great about it is, so it's really hard. They have a different shot out there too. It's called Sublocade. And it's really hard to get on that Sublocade because in order to get on the Sublocade shot, you have to be clean for 2 to 3 weeks before you can even take the shot. And that's why a lot of people that are having problems getting onto it is because people that are taking fentanyl and opiates cannot stay clean for 2 or 3 weeks just to be able to get onto that shot. And this new Brixadi shot, it's set up to where even if you are still using, you can actually take that first shot and go on to it without having to be sick and having precipitated withdrawals. So it's really a miracle thing that they've come out with, and it's fairly new. And I don't know that many people that have really heard about it yet. And I just know that it was one of the greatest things that ever happened for me, being able to do that, because it's hard. It's really tough to get that 2, 3 weeks clean initially, just to be able to get on a type of shot.
Okay, and just for our court reporters' benefit, could you spell that again slowly?
Yeah, hold on. Let me get the right spelling for you real quick. Brixadi shot. BRAX. It's BRIXADI.
Okay. Thank you. And the other clarifying question, what is the name of the company where you're currently employed?
Stop and Go Pest Control.
Stop and Go Pest Control. That's your current employer, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from board members?
Yes, I have one. This is Board Member Mendenhall. Again, congratulations on your journey. It's great to hear. Just to clarify, so in the past you said you'd been sober for 2.5 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then what was the trigger, or what kind of caused you to relapse after 2.5 years of sobriety?
And no recovery. It was like I was walking around kind of being a dry drunk, you know. That's how kind of people refer to it in AA. You can get clean and sober, but if you don't have the tools, if you're not finding the tools to help you with, you know, when things come up in life, that it's just a matter of time before you go to a relapse. So
Were there any specific kind of circumstances or stressors that caused you to kind of go off that plan because you were doing so well before? What
you,
kind of
you know what,
triggered you to go back?
I was doing well, but I just didn't have any recovery at all. I was just staying clean by my own means. That was it. I wasn't doing any kind of meetings. The only sobriety that I had was because of just being locked away from everything. I had never had the recovery that I have today.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Any further questions by board members?
No.
Any further questions by the Deputy Attorney General?
No, Your
Okay, do the parties wish to make anything by way of a closing statement?
we would submit your.
Okay, Ms. Lee, you're prepared to submit, and is there anything additional that you want to say, that you would like to say, Mr. Esser?
I don't think so. I just hope you guys and pray you guys give me the opportunity and, you know, to have another victory in my life. Thank you for hearing me today.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Essert. That concludes the petition hearing in this matter. The record is closed, the case is submitted, and we are off the record in this matter. Madam Court Reporter, do you have an estimate as to the number of pages?
Yes, Your Honor. 57.
I'm sorry?
57.
57. And the ending time is,
10:45.
did you say 10:45?
Yes, Your Honor.
10:45. Okay. Again, thank you very much, Mr. Essert. And does the board wish to take another break before the other matter, or how would you wish to proceed, Madam President?
Yes, Your Honor. This is Board President Yesenia Anderson. We would like to take a quick 5-minute break before the next case, please.
Okay, we'll resume then approximately 10:50.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Camera. Take a picture.
This is the moderator, and while we're on break, Dawn, would you like to do a quick mic and camera check? I know we did it earlier, but just to be sure. All right. It
Can
sounds
you
like
hear me?
I can.
Awesome.
Okay. You're set to go. And did you want to try the camera one more time?
Sure.
So we'll see you, but you won't be able to see yourself, I think is how it worked.
That's fine. Uh-huh.
Okay. And you just click on the start video button.
I'm not seeing that.
Hmm.
I see live. I really don't need to be seen, I think.
Well,
I can hear.
they like to
I
see you.
understand. Uh-huh.
Did you join by browser or by the application?
By the application, I am using my cell phone though, because I
Okay.
was having too many difficulties with my laptop,
Okay.
and my desktop doesn't have a microphone or a camera.
Okay. Well, we can hear you, so we'll just go with
Yeah,
that.
I apologize, but I took whatever avenue I could get into
Sure.
to attend.
Okay. All right. No worries. So I'll go ahead and mute you, and you can unmute when we're ready to start.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Board Member Anderson. Your Honor, we are all back if we would like to go ahead and proceed.
This is a moderator. Your Honor, it looks like you're muted, so you'll need, we'll go ahead and give you a prompt. If you see a prompt to unmute yourself, please click on it. Yes. Yes, we can.
Okay. Can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I can proceed. I can't see anybody for some reason, but that's fine. I don't necessarily need to, I suppose. Is everybody accounted for?
Yes, everybody's accounted for. This
Okay,
is
great. Okay. Um, we are here today to review the petition for reinstatement of Dawn Marie Charette. This matter is being heard before the Structural Pest Control Board by a video conference proceeding. This matter bears Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2021-060089. My name is Wilbert Bennett. I am an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings, and I have been assigned to hear this matter. I'm going to ask the court reporter to identify herself for the record by name and CSR number.
Thank you, Your Honor. Policy Chavez, certified shorthand reporter, license number 7943.
Ms. Chavez, and I would ask at the conclusion of this hearing if you could provide us the estimated number of pages and ending time for the hearing. Will all of the board members identify themselves for the record?
This is Board President Yesenia Anderson.
This is Board Member Finley.
Board Member Mendenhall.
Board Member Mark Paxton.
Board Member Tengen.
Board Member Bindel.
Okay, let the record reflect that a quorum of the board is present. And we are prepared to proceed then with the matter of the petition for reinstatement of Dawn Marie Charette. May I take the appearance of the Deputy Attorney General?
Good morning, Your Honor. Deputy Attorney General Stephanie Lee, on behalf of the Office of the Attorney General, appearing pursuant to Government Code Section 11522.
Morning, Ms. Lee. The petitioner, Ms. Charette, you are present, correct?
Good morning, Your
Dawn
Honor.
Marie-
Your
Good
Honor, this
morning.
is
Yes,
actually,
I'm here.
Oh, Ms. Charette is represented by counsel, is that correct?
that is correct, Your Honor. This is Attorney
And you are
Scott
Scott
Harris.
Harris?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and Ms. Charette is present.
I am present, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Charette, even though you're represented by counsel, I want to explain a little bit about this procedure, and I don't know how familiar your counsel might be with it, but just for the record, the procedure is that the Deputy Attorney General will proceed first to present the petition and provide a background orientation in this matter. After that, the petitioner will have an opportunity to make a presentation under oath on her own behalf to explain why she believes that her license should be reinstated. The petitioner may also call witnesses to testify on her behalf. The petitioner and any witnesses will be subject to questioning by both the board members and the Deputy Attorney General. And because counsel is present, the counsel may also be allowed to ask questions. The board is particularly concerned with any rehabilitation that the petitioner may have engaged in since her license discipline. The petitioner is reminded that the board has had the benefit of reading the petition package, so it is not necessary to repeat anything that is included in that package. After the hearings, the board will go into closed session to deliberate. The petitioner will not receive a decision today, but will receive it in the mail sometime in the future. Are there any questions at this point?
I have none, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, none from the petitioner and none from the representative from the Attorney General. So that being said, the appropriate procedure at this point is to request the Deputy Attorney General to provide an orientation and a presentation of the petition package. Ms. Lee, please proceed.
Thank you. Your Honor, before I begin, would it be possible for Ms. Charette to turn on her camera so that the board and everyone can see her?
I've been experiencing the same difficulties you have and the judge has. I was reduced to using my phone for this conference due to the fact I could not get my laptop to camera come into play or the microphone. But I wanted to attend this meeting, so here I took the facility that I could use.
Okay. Board members, are you content to proceed with the telephone, or do you need to see the respondent, see the petitioner?
I believe
Would
we
you
were
like
able
to
to
see?
see Ms. Chiaretti maybe a little bit, for a little bit earlier this morning when the moderator was checking us all in. I'm not sure if we can try the same thing.
Yeah, I was able to see you. Right now, all I see is a sign of where we're at. We're on level or petition for reinstatement. And that I can hear you and you can hear me. But yes, I did have camera earlier.
Board president wishes to try to see what we can do. I'm not sure exactly how to get the petitioner on camera.
Is the moderator still on here? Is Ms. Tricia, are
Yes,
you
the
able to
moderator.
troubleshoot again?
So I don't have the option to turn on a camera. It may be how she joined the meeting, but I don't have an option to turn on a camera. And she is saying she doesn't see one at the bottom or anywhere on her screen. When I checked her before the meeting began, she had access to the camera and was able to turn it on. So I don't know what changed. I don't know if she logged out and logged back in. I do know that in order to have access to the camera and full functionality, you have to join by application. So not by browser, but you have to download the WebEx software and join through it.
And I did that.
The only thing I could recommend, Dawn, it would be for you to log out and log back in to see if that makes any difference, if people are willing to wait a moment while she tries that.
Could you try that, Ms. Shura?
Yeah, I'll try it on my laptop again. I'm just afraid I'm going to lose the connection.
This is board member Anderson. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. We are comfortable proceeding with just audio if you are, Your Honor.
I am. Yes, I am.
Okay, let's go ahead and proceed with just the audio.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay, Ms. Lee, are you there?
Yes, I am, Your Honor, and I can start with our opening.
Yeah, please proceed, Ms. Lee.
Yes, Your Honor. So the matter before this board is a petition for reinstatement of Ms. Dawn Chiaretti's operator's license number 9119 in branches 1 and 3. That license was issued in 1993 to Ms. Chiaretti, who was then Dawn Marie DeRolf in branch 1 as an employee of AMBD Incorporated, doing business as D&S. The and is an ampersand. D&S Termite Control in San Diego, California. In 1998, that operator's license was upgraded to include branches 1 and 3. And DNS's license, which is related to this matter, was issued. This was license number PR 1164. That was issued to the company in 1988 in branches 1 and 3. David Paul DeRolf was the qualifying manager in branches 1 and 3. In 2000, DNS had a change of qualifying manager from Mr. DeRolf to Ms. Chiaretti in branches 1 and 3. Branch 1 branch 1 covers the fumigation services. Christopher Parrish, a field representative, license number 23237, also reflected employment with DNS on or around March 1st, 2000, the same time that Ms. Chiaretti became the qualifying manager. In 2004, DNS had a restructuring. Ms. Chiaretti became the president and a 15% shareholder of the company. Mr. DeRolf became the CEO and 70% shareholder. And that company upgraded its license to include branches 1, 2, and 3. In January of 2023, there was a dissociation of the operator's license from David Paul DeRolf in branches 1 and 3. And in May of 2023, That company was downgraded to include only branches 2 and 3. Michael Robert Saunders, who is the VP of the company, is now the qualifying manager of branch 3, and Alan Iniguez,Yniguez, is the qualifying manager of branch 2. Ms. Chiretti's operator's license went through a disciplinary action as well as DNS's company license in 2006 when the board originally filed an accusation in case number 2006-57. The board filed a first amended accusation in 2008 and a second amended accusation on January 3rd, 2011. That became the operative pleading in this case. That is also referenced in attachment K in the exhibit book, starting on AGO 341. That board, that board accusation was against Ms. Chiretti as the president and qualifying manager of DNS, DNS as the company, Christopher Parrish, the field representative, and others related to the company. The basis for that accusation outlined 6 causes for discipline, and the facts underlying that accusation, which were affirmed in a judgment by the Superior Court after a first writ petition. This is referenced in attachment E of the exhibit book, starting on page AGO 153, were as follows. On or around March 7th, 2005, DNS had been hired to perform a fumigation of a 30-unit condo complex in San Diego using Vicane gas, which is a sulfuryl, SULFURYL, fluoride gas that is hazardous and can cause death. The company arrived sometime early in the morning, and the facts that were reduced at the hearing before the board included that sometime in the afternoon, the employees discovered a resident within the tarped complex, the resident in Unit 108, Ms. Williams, calling for help from within the tarped structure, and they noticed movement beneath the tarps. They assisted Ms. Williams out from the tarped building. She was transported to a local hospital where she was subsequently pronounced dead from Vicane poisoning. During an inspection 2 days later, on March 9, 2005, inspectors discovered a number of food and medications in Unit 108, as well as other units that should have been removed prior to fumigation. The inspection from March 9th revealed that preparation violations had occurred in at least 20 of the 30 units, and there were also inaccuracies in the fumigation logs that were completed by Christopher Parrish. Additionally, there was evidence that was both found by the board and affirmed in the Superior Court that the evidence weighed in favor of the conclusion that Ms. Williams was in the condominium complex at the time that the fumigation began, that she had fallen asleep before the Vicane was introduced into the tarped building and had been overlooked during the pre-fumigation inspection. The disposition from that accusation case occurred on January 26, 2012. That was the date of the board's decision. They put DNS, the company, on 3 years probation with 150-day suspension. Ms. Chiretti's license was revoked. Mr. Parrish's license was also revoked, at least during that original decision. And there were costs that were ordered in the amount of $100,000. Ms. Chiretti filed a first written petition soon thereafter on January 23rd, 2012. After that writ petition was litigated, the Superior Court judge overseeing the writ petition issued an order in judgment on January 25th, 2012. On September 30th, 2012. That first writ petition affirmed all of the factual findings that the board had found in its original decision, with the exception of one narrow issue. The writ judgment found that the weight of the evidence did not establish that the petitioners were grossly negligent in their search of the premises. But as to all other areas, including the failure to comply with the removal of food and medications, the petitioners were grossly negligent, and the Superior Court judge further found that this was not an isolated instance. Upon that decision, the Superior Court remanded the case back to the board for reconsideration for the limited purpose of deciding if that gross negligence finding was removed, what basically the board has to reweigh the penalty and decide again what the penalty should be for this case. So the board did so, and the decision upon remand, effective June 12, 2013, that's attachment D in the exhibit book, starting on AGO 137, found again that DNS should be placed on probation for 3 years. That did not change. Ms. Chiaretti's license remained revoked. That did not change. Mr. Parrish's field representative's license, the penalty did change, and he was placed on 3 years of probation instead of having it revoked completely. Mr. Peter Chiaretti's license was also placed on 3 years probation. The cost recovered remained $100,000. Ms. Chiarette, filed a second writ petition to challenge that new board decision that was dated June 7, 2013. That's attachment C in the exhibit book, starting on AGO 123. That that writ was denied, and the Superior Court issued a judgment dated March 12, 2014. That's an attachment B of the exhibit book, starting on AGO 111. Subsequent to that second writ petition being denied, there was a petition for modification that became effective January 11, 2015. It was granted for DNS, who had their suspension of 150 days reduced to 105 days. And they were also given the option, in lieu of 45 of those days, they could pay a civil penalty of $10,000. Subsequent to this, Ms. Chiarette, on her own operator's license, after it was revoked, filed 5 petitions for reinstatement, which occurred and were denied in 2015, 2016, 2018, 2019, and 2021. And Your Honor, at this time, I can move on and introduce the exhibit book if the court will allow me.
Thank you. Ms. Lee, does the petitioner have any objection to the introduction of the petition package into evidence?
I do not.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, the petition package is admitted into evidence. I note that it is identified in Case Center as Exhibit A, so it will be admitted as Exhibit A. At this point, I would turn things over to the petitioner, and the petitioner is represented by counsel in this matter. So I would ask how you wish to proceed in representing the petitioner in this matter.
Your Honor, may I just make one clarification? I apologize for interrupting. I believe we have it marked. We have our exhibit book marked as Exhibit 1 under Section A, which is Attorney General evidence. So I believe our exhibit book is actually Exhibit 1.
Okay, so let's. I want to keep the original designation so there's no confusion. So instead of marking it as exhibit or admitting it as Exhibit A, I will admit it as Exhibit 1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the petition package is admitted as Exhibit 1. And at this point, Counsel Harris, How do you wish to proceed?
Yes, Judge Bennett, thank you and good morning. And to the members of the board, if I may make a very brief opening statement, followed
Yes, Mr.
by marking the two exhibits, exhibits A and B, and then following questions, that would be what I would prefer. But obviously would like to defer to the board's questions if they would like to trump me in doing so.
So
No, please
do the board members wish to allow council to make an opening statement, or do you wish to proceed directly with the
Yeah,
petitioner's
this is Board
testimony?
Member Anderson. He can go ahead, Council Harris. Please proceed in your opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor, once
Please
again.
proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor, once again, and thank you, President Anderson, and again, members of the board. Ms. Charette comes before you with an extraordinary amount of humility. She has been before you now the 6th time. 5 times prior, she has sought reinstatement of her operator's license to no avail. It has now been 20 years since the tragic underlying incident that occurred that ended in the loss of a life. And it has now been almost 15 years since the underlying discipline that resulted in the revocation of Ms. Charette's ability to be an operator within your business. In that time, the business DNS, which has operated within her family, continues to do business and continues to be licensed. And you will hear today, continues to be licensed without any issues before this board or within the industry. But of course, we're here today because of Ms. Charette. And in addition to the time that has elapsed, Ms. Charette has taken the last 4 years since your last denial of her petition to reflect on what the board's primary concerns had been. Primarily, first, you're going to hear from Ms. Charette in her testimony that she has a different perspective about what her role was or was not in the underlying incident, that she has insight and judgment to understand her failures and to process what has occurred in her past as an operator now 20 years ago. You'll also hear from Ms. Charette about her changed involvement in DNS. The board, in its previous petition denials, expressing concerns that she was running a business that looked like she might have been running it without a license. And you're going to hear about the changes that have occurred since. And most importantly, third, you're going to hear about her ongoing efforts to be a member of the community and to demonstrate rehabilitation through the various means of education, involvement in the industry to the extent possible, and in her own change of attitude and mindset. We would hope at the end of this proceeding that the board will make a decision to reinstate her operator's license. And Ms. Charette, as she will testify and you will hear, is open to doing whatever it takes to show the board that she deserves that reinstated license through any type of probationary period. If you don't have any questions at this time, I can proceed by going forward with questions for Ms. Charette and with our 2 evidentiary exhibits, exhibits A and B.
Board members have any questions at this point? I'm going to ask Councilor Harris to proceed.
No questions at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. And I will then ask Mr. Harris to proceed with the presentation of petitioner's case.
Yes, Your Honor. For just simply administrative purposes, I believe in front of you under petitioner's evidence in case lines, there are exhibits A and B. I would like to mark for identification exhibit B as what I would represent to be character references, and exhibit B to be marked as a branch 1 closure document that will be discussed by Ms. Charette.
Any objection, counsel? Well, actually, this is not a, do you have a reaction, Ms. Lee?
I don't plan to object to either exhibit, Your Honor, when we get to that.
Okay. Exhibits A and B as identified by council will be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A consisting of what I believe are four character reference letters, and Exhibit B consisting of various documents, most of which are related to Branch 1 closure, I believe. So we'll just conveniently refer to those as Branch 1 closure documents and related documents. Okay,
Your
please
Honor.
proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the petitioner would call herself as a witness. Ms. Charette would like to testify, please.
Okay, Ms.
Yes.
Charette, please, I know I can't see you, but virtually, if you wish, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please proceed, counsel.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, Don. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking, Scott.
And I know you've been before the board before, but there may be new members since your last appearance. So I'm going to ask some background information for their information. Can you please tell us, how old are you?
I'm 60 years old.
And what is your family status? Are you married?
I am married, have been to the same man for 36 years.
And is your husband also within the structural pest control industry?
He is retired at this time.
Okay, but he has been in the past, is that the case?
That is correct.
Okay, and do you have any children?
I do. I have 3 beautiful children.
And how old are they?
I've got a set of twins that are 25, and I have an older son that is now 41.
Excellent. And are any of your 3 children involved in the industry as well?
No, they are not.
Okay. Do they all know that you're here today?
Yes, they do.
And do they all know about your past history before the board and the loss of licensure that occurred?
Very much so. It affected their lives adversely, due to the fact that it was such an emotional event for me at that time. So it did affect their lives as well.
Understood. Now, let me ask this. How did you first get into the pest control business?
My parents started the business in their house in La Mesa. And when I was 5 and 6 years old, my mom would let me do some filing for her. So basically, I've been in this industry since I was 5 years old. When I turned 16, I started working on the fumigation crew for my father. I then got my license, was active in the field, upgraded into an operator, took over the company, and from there, we've been plugging along for over 54 years.
Very good. And when were you first licensed as an operator within Branch 1?
Branch 1 operator, I believe that was in 1993.
Okay. And do you recall when you were first licensed under Branch 3?
It was much later. It was in like 2001.
Okay. And prior to 2005, had you had any prior disciplinary history with the board?
No.
And I referenced 2005 because that is when the underlying incident that led to your revocation occurred. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Can you briefly, we've heard from Ms. Lee in her presentation, but as someone involved in that incident, can you tell us from your perspective what occurred?
We took on a very large job site. We were a growing company at the time, and I made some bad decisions. I made the choice of not bagging food, not properly taking care of that fumigation. And I don't feel it was about money. It was about, I was dealing with 30 different families and I had a strict timeline. And I used poor judgment and said it was okay, we'll just take care of the food when we take the tarps down, because there's that reentry time, and it was just a bad choice.
And what else happened with that incident?
I lost my license. I had to restructure my activities within the company and out in the field and everything. It's been a life-changing event.
Because this case involves the loss of a consumer, of a fellow citizen, there needs to be some discussion because the board is concerned about how your poor judgments may have contributed to that loss of life. Can you tell us more about that part of the incident?
I think my rushing through and making the poor decisions of not not making a thorough clearing of the structure. It may have contributed to the death of Linda Williams.
And has it been difficult over the years for you to process that someone lost their life as a result of your business activities?
Yes, it has been. In the very beginning, there was that mindset of mine of she was not in the building, she entered after. Over the last 4 years, I've spent a lot of time with my grandkids, and I've had time to reflect further back on, you know what, maybe she was in there. I can't say with clear confidence that I know she was, and I can't say that she wasn't. And I understand that it caused the death of Linda Williams. And it's been very difficult to deal with. A year after the incident, I was in counseling, and trying to figure out how this all happened and how I could have changed things. And it all comes down to my decisions.
In the past, the board has suggested that you were attempting in your prior petition hearings to relitigate, meaning to re-argue what occurred. As you sit here today, do you have a different perspective?
Most definitely. Now it's a perspective of, you know what, I'm here to prove that I've been doing rehabilitation since the very beginning of this. The last 4 years, I'll be honest, I haven't done a lot of education within the industry. Honestly, I'd rather spend the time with my grandkids than go to a class. So I don't have any newer certificates or anything of that nature. I'm here to prove that I have foregone a lot of my time in my life to rehabilitate. And I'm not here to bring up what happened or my position there at that time. It's all about, I do believe I'm completely rehabilitated. My choices within the business are very limited, but they're a lot more thoughtful. I don't harshly make decisions. I really think things out now instead of saying, well, let's just get it done.
If I can return back to the idea of your changed kind of mental perspective, in the 4 years since your last denial, have you accepted responsibility for the incident in a different way?
Much different. I recognize the actions that I took were against the law, number one. Not bagging the food, not vacating the structure, and it led to the demise and the death of Linda Williams. Believe me, not a day goes by I don't think about this woman in that incident.
Have you in the past had trouble talking about the incident?
Yes, I have.
Why is that?
First, there was denial. Then there went anger. Then it's come down to a point of I have now matured enough to actually see through things, not really see through them, but look at them from a different perspective.
And if you could go back to 2005, prior to the fumigation that led to this incident and loss of life, what would you do differently?
Oh, a lot. If I had the hindsight of everything, I would have this, I would have made it take us a lot longer to do that fumigation. And maybe if I did do that, maybe she would have woke up and came out, or we could have stopped her from going in. But I chose to hastily perform that fumigation, and I take full responsibility for it. I can't blame anybody else.
Okay, very good. I appreciate that. Now let me ask you about DNS. Is it still in operation?
Yes, it is.
And what is your ownership of DNS?
Well, at this time, I own most of it. My father passed away, and I was given all the stock. I own, I would say about 68%, if not more.
I'm sorry for your loss, and thank you for your response. In the past, do you recall the board having concerns that you were running the business as an operator, even though you weren't licensed as such?
Yes, there was concern for that, but I do not perform any licensing duties. My duties here within the company are pay the bills, HR, make sure everybody's got their education. It's more of an administrative position than anything. I have operators to make those decisions, and I do speak to them frequently in regards to, look, make sure those decisions are safe. We've had some incidents where, products we should that aren't best for a situation. My operator is wise enough to say, okay, look, this product is not what we want it to do, and we've stopped using those products. Mike Mike Saunders, who also holds a branch one operator, he oversees all my termite, making sure the treatments are done properly, they're done safely, that the guys are wearing their PPEs. So my position here is basically administrative.
And do you rely upon other responsible qualifying managers to run the day-to-day parts of the business that require a license?
Yes.
And who are they again?
That is Mike Saunders and Alan Yanez. I don't know how to say his name.
That's okay. How many employees does DNS have?
Right now, we're at 19.
Okay. And since DNS was disciplined as a result of this incident back in 2000, I believe 12, has there been any issues before the board?
No.
At this time, since your last hearing, since your last hearing 4 years ago, has DNS changed the branches within it which it operates?
Yes, we have.
How has that changed?
We have closed our fumigation department.
And does that mean you no longer have a branch one department?
That is correct.
And does that also mean that in theory, you don't need your branch 1 license?
No, I do not. I never plan on getting back into fumigation again.
Can you tell the board a little bit about what changed, the decisions to have a branch 1 license for DNS and why you just said you don't want to go into fumigation again?
We find it, I personally find it hard to find good labor. And all the licenses and the regulations and everything, it's just easier to find a good fumigation company and have them perform the fumigation.
Okay. Why do you want your operator's license back, presumably for branch 3?
Because my operator, who has been with our company for 49 years, he would like to retire. And for a branch 3 operator, they have to be active within the company. And that's just not possible when you want to retire.
And if you are granted your branch 3 operator license again, is it your intent to take over the management of the branch 3 division?
Yes.
And what can you tell the board as you sit here today as to why you have the sound judgment and competency to run a branch 3 department?
I've done it in the past. And I've been doing it my whole life, not as an operator, but I do know the ins and outs of the industry, and I know how to treat people. I've got stable employees we've had on board I've got one for 49 years. I've got another one. He's been on board for 32 years now, and I'm not related to these two gentlemen.
Okay. As we come towards the end of our question and answer here, I'd like to kind of move on about what has changed in you since 2005 with respect to what we'll call the rehabilitation. I believe you earlier testified that you participated in counseling. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And for how long did you participate in counseling?
It was just a little over a year.
And briefly summarize, what did you take away? What was the benefit of that therapy or counseling?
It gave me a different perspective, somebody to really open up to in regards to this incident, as well as other issues in my life. And it made me more self-aware.
Okay. And as you, over the last 15 years or so, have you received any awards or recognitions within the community?
Yes, I have. I was Parent of the Year in San Diego and Imperial County, and that's a lot of space. I've gotten accolades from the staff at both my children's elementary school, their middle school, and their high school. Other than that.
And in what year did you receive the Parent of the Year award for San Diego and Kern counties?
I do believe that was in 2012.
Okay. And have you had any other types of recognitions, after 2012?
Yes.
And what
I didn't get an award or a plaque or anything, but yeah, I was PTA president. I was given accolades for my performance there and everything.
And in what years were you? I'm sorry to interrupt, Don. In what years were you the PTA president?
That was 2012, 12 and 13.
Okay. And is it fair to say that since the loss of your license, you've been very involved in raising your children and in their schooling?
Yes.
And is there anything that you have done with your children in terms of community volunteering that you'd like to share with the board?
Yeah. And I'm now actively getting my grandchildren to help as well. About every other month, sometimes every month, we'll get together, make a bunch of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and an apple and a bottle of water, put them in a brown bag, and we'll go to the neighborhoods where I know there's homeless so that they can have a square meal of some sort and at least a bottle of water. I've been doing this for probably 15 years. My oldest grandson is now 10 and he comes along as well. The other ones are a little too young, so we don't take them out, but it's giving something to people that are having a hard time.
Very good. I applaud you for that.
Thank you.
You testified earlier that you have not, in the last 4 years, been going to classes for continuing education as much. Is that correctly stated?
That is correct.
Since the loss of your license, though, have you attended any type of educational programs related to structural pest control?
Yes, I have.
Can you estimate how many courses you've gone to over the last now almost 15 years?
I'm holding a manila folder that's probably an inch and a half thick, and it's full of certificates and everything.
Okay.
So I'm going to say there's a good 100 of them in here.
Okay. And you've in the past had trouble getting the official certificates. Is that correct because you're unlicensed?
That is correct.
Okay. And so but nevertheless you've continued to attend these programs.
Yes, with humiliation.
And over the last 4 years, how have you attempted to stay on top of the laws and regulations and any changes to business practices within the industry?
The Structural Pest Control Board's website, as well as I get literature and everything else.
And you still actively involve yourself in reviewing that literature and those things?
Yes, I do.
I
think it's very important to stay up on what's new and what the new laws are.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to discuss your experience in this incident and the loss of your license and your appearance before the board with other members of the community?
I have.
And have you found a way to use your experience as a teaching moment?
With my own employees as well as other industry members, I tell them, look, I know we're all here to make money, but we got to take that extra time to be sure things are going to be safe for our consumer.
What can you tell the board as to why it should grant your petition this sixth time to give you a reinstated license, potentially on a probationary level?
I'm a changed person. I think things through more nowadays than I did back then. I employ 19, 20 people, and I'm about to lose my operator for my branch 3. So it would be devastating to my 20 employees to lose their positions within the company.
Is there anything else that you want the board to know in support of your request to them to reinstate your license?
Like I said, I'm a changed person. It's been several years. I've definitely learned a lot about myself as well as the industry since then. And I do not believe I would be a harm to any public person or place. I'm not a bad person. I have no criminal events in my past. And we're quite astute about following the rules and the regulations.
Very good. At this time, Don, I don't have any further questions, but I'm guessing that Deputy Attorney General Lee will, and as well as the board members. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Ms. Charette, I have just a clarifying question. The Parent of the Year award was for San Diego and Imperial counties, or was there Kern County involved?
Imperial County.
So San Diego and Imperial counties, and that was in
That's correct.
2012, correct?
It's either 12 or 13.
PTA president was in 2012 and 13, or you're not
Yes,
sure
that
which?
too.
It was sometime during that 2-year time frame that you received all those awards, correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay, I would turn it over at this point. Oh, one clarifying question, council. Your Exhibit A consists of 4 letters, and one of them is a character statement that is not named, and the author is not named. It's a 2-page typed statement.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I had intended actually to ask Ms. Charette that question, and I inadvertently missed that question in my notes. If I may ask Ms. Charette to recall the letters that are in Exhibit A from various individuals, do you recall a character statement for Don Charette that's unsigned?
That is from Peter Charette, my son.
Okay.
And is he one of the twins, or is he?
No, he's one of my twins. He's in the military.
Okay, so Peter Charette, and
Yes.
who's your other twin?
The other twin is Michelle Charette.
Okay, and then the other one is Donovan, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
I appreciate that, Your Honor.
Okay, I would at this point ask if the Deputy Attorney General has questions.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Charette.
Good morning.
Let's start with, do you provide any financial support for any of your children or anyone outside of you and your husband?
Yeah, I do. My kids and my grandchildren. I currently pay for my granddaughter's preschool. Every now and then, my oldest son gets in a financial bind, and I will send him money.
And has your entire structural pest control work history and experience, has it always been with the same company, DNS?
No, I worked for Diamond Termite, and I also worked for I can't remember the name. It was a fumigation company.
When did you work for Diamond Termite?
Let's see. I think it was 2008.
And in what capacity?
Secretarial. I also performed branch 1 duties.
Okay. And currently, are you still the president of DNS?
Yes, I am.
Do you still, one of the concerns last time from your last petition hearing was that you had mentioned that you go out to sites, although you advise the consumers that you are not licensed when you do go out to the sites. Do you still do that today?
No, I don't. I haven't done that for several years.
And so just so we are clear about your request is to have your operator's license reinstated only in branch 3. Is that right?
I'm going to be honest with you. I'd like to keep my number. And if I can just get my branch 3 with the same operator number, then yes, that'll be very suitable for me.
Okay.
I have
In
no
other words,
intention. Yeah.
go ahead.
I have no intention of doing fumigation.
Okay. And is it true that DNS has been in operation throughout all this disciplinary litigation, during and after? Is that right?
That is correct.
And up until January of 2023, DNS was operating in all branches, 1, 2, and 3. Is that right?
That is correct.
And in January of 2023, was it your father? Is David Deeroff your father?
Yes, he is.
And so with the passing of your father in January 2023, he was dissociated as the qualifying manager of branches 1 and 3. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So currently, as of January of 2023, you are only in operation in branch 2 under Alan Iniguez as the qualifying manager. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then also branch 3 under Michael Saunders as the qualifying manager. Is that right?
That is correct.
And Michael Saunders is the gentleman who would like to retire. That's where your operational need comes in for your license.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, do you have any plans? So assuming that your license gets reinstated, do you have any plans for DNS to resume branch 1 fumigation services in the future?
None whatsoever.
So when you wound down the fumigation services starting in 2023, that was it. You have no intention of reviving that.
That's correct. Mike Saunders holds a branch 1 operator as well.
Is there what is the relevance of Mr. Saunders having a branch 1?
I could have continued on with my fumigation department under his licensing.
I see. He has a branch 1, but you've in the past couple of years you've chosen not to have him designated as the qualifying manager for branch 1.
That's correct. We chose a more of a business decision to go ahead and close the department. We've sold a ton of our equipment, all of our fans, our clips, our trucks, our trailers. I don't have the means to open a fumigation department.
Okay. Are you aware that your company website still advertises for fumigation services? Is that something that you're aware of?
We don't, we offer fumigations, but we don't have, I had all my advertising changed to, it used to say in-house fumigations, but I changed it to fumigations.
I see. So you've now made the distinction on your advertising that you are no longer doing those yourself by removing the words in-house.
Exactly.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that your company now subcontracts out the branch 1 work. Is that right?
That is correct.
How do you vet your subcontractors in the branch 1 work? Is there any sort of vetting process that you do as in your role?
I apologize. I don't know what you mean.
When you pick the people that you want to work with to do the branch 1 work, how do you pick them?
That's what I thought you meant, but honestly, I picked up the phone, I called the Department of Agriculture and asked them, tell me which company out of these here that are available for me to use have the least amount of citations. And that's how I made my decision.
And does the Department of Agriculture provide you some information in response to that question?
They answered my questions. Yeah, it took them a couple days to get back to me, but I did not get anything in writing.
Okay. And the branch one subcontractors you work with now, do you work with the same people or does it vary?
I use 2 different companies.
And approximately how many branch one projects have you subcontracted in total with these 2 companies since you've hired them?
Oh. Well into the high hundreds ever since we've closed our department.
Is that comparable to the volume that your company had handled in-house before you shut down your branch one?
Well, the market's a lot different now, so it's really hard to compare. I think we're right in the same flow.
In other words, have you experienced a financial dip since outsourcing your branch one work? Specifically in the branch one projects that you were doing previously.
It's nothing really significant. It's something we've absorbed. We've repositioned things so that our prices don't have to go through the roof for my inspectors to make their good commission. So there's been a little bit of loss, and I think it's more of the economy more than us not performing what we used to.
Okay. Now, your husband is Peter Tourette?
Yes, he is.
Okay. I think your husband shares the same name as your son. Is that right? Just to clarify.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So your husband, Peter, is he licensed with the board, and does he work for DNS?
He is licensed with the board as a branch one field rep. He still kind of works for the company. He'll go out and go to our more pickier clients and help them prepare for fumigation. He will go out and seal up conduits that connect structures. Other than that, he's really not that much involved.
Has your husband ever applied for an operator's license in branch one or in any branch?
No.
Does he have any wish to do so if for whatever reason your license is not reinstated?
No.
With regards to your continuing education, you have some documentation, you have some paper documentation that you've attended CE courses. Is that what you said earlier?
I do from the past, not recently. And they're sporadic because it was very difficult to get them to issue me a certificate without a license.
Okay. And when was the last CE course or training that you've attended?
Okay. I've gone to PCOC meetings, things of that nature. I've had in-house training and my distributor won't even give me a certificate.
So when was the last continuing education course you've done?
The last one I did was in January of last year.
2024. And what was it, a continuing education course?
It was safety meeting, or it was a safety course.
It was a safety course or a safety meeting?
It was a course.
Okay. And who was the trainer or provider of that course?
That would be Gabriel from Viserys.
From where?
Viserys.
I'm not understanding that.
Pardon me, could you spell that name for the court reporter?
It is B-E. Oh, hang on one second. I don't know that. There we go. There we go. It is V-E-S, like in Sam, E-R-I-S.
And is it B like boy or V like Victor?
V like Victor.
Thank you.
And was that in person or online?
In person.
And what was the nature of that safety course? What branch did it cover? What was the main topic?
It was branches 2 and 3. It was new pesticides that are come out, as well as all kinds of different products. But most important was personal protective equipment, on how to properly use it. We did fit testing and everything. He also went over excuse me, the safety of the industry and where it's going.
And the documentation of your prior trainings that you keep in a file, what kind of documentation are we talking about? I know you're saying that it's hard to get a official certificate. So what does that documentation consist of that you do have?
Well, I went to an HR manager's course. I did a BASF biology and control of bed bugs. I
Sorry,
did
I
the
think let me ask you a different a clarifying question.
Sure.
I meant, like, is the documentation like enrollment emails where you've taken a test and passed, or what kind of documentation do you have?
their certificates.
Okay. Was there a reason why you didn't provide those to the board to review?
I haven't passed.
You have not passed?
No, I have submitted them in the past.
Okay, so everything you have, you've already provided before. There's nothing new.
That is correct.
Okay, I understand. Did you ask, so 3 of the 4 letters are from your children. The 4th one, is from a woman named Amanda, right?
Yes.
And she described your relationship, but how did you come to know her? She mentioned that she had initially worked for you.
Yes, she was my nanny.
Okay. Does she know you in your capacity as a operator or through your work at DNS?
She has been here several times and has watched me work, watched me deal with things. She is familiar with it. My daycare was held right here on site. I not only had my children in that, what I called a daycare, I had employees' children being watched by my nanny as well, at no charge.
So Amanda was the daycare nanny of all of your employees' children, including your own.
The ones that had children that weren't in school yet, yes.
Okay. Did you ask for any letters or ask for anybody to testify on your behalf who know you primarily through your structural pest control work?
No.
And was there a reason why you did not seek any letters or testimony from such people?
Honestly, I didn't think about it, and it's really hard for me to go to my peers and have to relive this whole thing again.
You mentioned a lot of the community service work that you do. Do you have any sort of record or newspaper clippings or any documentation to show the work that you've been doing?
No, I don't look for that when I'm doing things. I do have another letter here that was not submitted because it came in late last night. It's from Nadine Bennett. She was she's a retired superintendent of Humboldt School District. And she's also current president for a foundation called Humboldt Zero Schools that I am active with and do contribute to.
What do you do for that organization?
Okay. For Halloween, I'll go to either the elementary school. It is the elementary. Anyway, and help them get things set up for their Halloween fair.
And in the last petition hearing, the board had, one of the things that the board had noted and had some concerns about was that you had presented only quote unquote sparse rehabilitation evidence. Do you believe that you've made sufficient efforts today to present proof of your rehabilitation for this hearing, whether it's documentation or testimony?
I can testify that I've gone through some courses, but I have no certificates.
Now, one of the other concerns from the board from the last petition hearing was that you had, this is a quote from the board's petition hearing starting on AGO 27. Despite superficially professing to accept responsibility, petitioner remains defensive and continues to attempt to relitigate prior factual findings in this case. And then the board, in that prior decision, also mentioned some of the factual findings that you were disputing. So I'd like to go over some of those specific factual findings and what your thoughts are about your position today. The board initially, the board said that you believe that the case was not investigated properly and thoroughly by the board or the Department of Agriculture or the police department. You have yet to be shown any evidence that the deceased resident was in her condominium at the time the fumigation started. So let's start with those two things. Do you still believe that the case was not investigated properly by the appropriate authorities, law enforcement, or the board or the Department of Agriculture?
I believe everybody did their jobs to the best of their abilities, and they've come to the conclusion that I was responsible for this happening, and I accept that.
Okay. And then that second finding that you had disputed last time, do you still believe that you have not been shown any evidence that Miss Williams was in her condo at the time the fumigation started?
On my recollection, I was never presented evidence, but it's there. It has to be.
Okay. And some of that evidence would have included, evidence of her clothing, spontaneous statements that she had made in a 911 that were captured in a 911 call. Does that sort of help you refresh your memory as to the type of evidence that was presented?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And do you feel any responsibility sitting here today for your part in the death of Miss Williams, the resident in Unit 108?
Yeah, I do.
And in what way would you feel responsibility?
Because I neglected to take the time and the care to perform my job properly.
And so there were different aspects of the job, one being the bagging of the food prior to fumigation, and then another being, you know, making sure that the premises were vacated. So which of these aspects that were discussed in this case do you believe fell on your shoulders ultimately?
Ultimately, both.
Okay. One of the other things that you had disputed in the last petition hearing, the board quoted, petitioner also disagrees with the Superior Court's observations that she had been, quote unquote, cutting corners to save time and money because Ms. Shred believed that safety has always been a paramount concern for her and DNS. So what I'm hearing from your testimony today is that you did cut corners, but it was not necessarily to save money. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Okay. What do you think motivated the quote unquote cutting of corners for this particular project?
I was dealing with 30 families, and for us to go through the 20 units to bag all that food would have delayed that fumigation by a day. And these people were already displaced for 2 days, and I didn't need to displace them another day. That was my main concern on that.
Okay. And while you're not doing fumigations now, how would you have handled that situation differently if you were faced with it today?
I would definitely displace the people another day.
Was it in your contract that you would complete that in a day?
It's on my fumigation notices, which is not a contract. My contract is not date sensitive.
Okay. What has inspired, do you think, these changes in your perspective? You mentioned a little bit about stepping back from the like you're stepping back from the company, spending more time with your grandchildren. Is there anything else that you believe has inspired this change?
A lot of time and emotion going through this again. It's changed my perspective. I've slowed down in life. I'm now 60. I've got 6 grandkids, and I enjoy spending time with them, but I also enjoy coming to work.
And if you were to have your license reinstated, how would you strike that work-life balance?
Right now, I'm doing it limited. I try to take a week off per month to spend time with my grandkids.
And would that change if you were to become the branch 3 manager?
I don't think so. It only takes me out of the position for a week.
And how can the board be assured, so besides what you've already testified to, is there anything else that you can provide to the board to assure that this kind of incident will not happen again under your watch?
I'm no longer performing fumigations, number one. Number two, I choose my fumigators carefully. I have Peter go out to job sites to make sure they're doing things safe. I know that if they get a notice of violation, so do I. So we're very concerned about who's doing our fumigations.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Ms. Charette.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Ms. Charette, I just have a clarifying question. Perhaps you could enlighten me. You mentioned
Yes.
that you haven't been doing fumigations since January of this year, or is that 2024?
2023, I believe.
Okay. Okay, so you haven't been doing fumigations since January of 2023, but
Correct.
you still advertise fumigations, but not in-home fumigations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So as I understand it, you subcontract your fumigation work to Branch 1 licensees?
That is correct.
When you do that, who, let's suppose you do it for a homeowner. Is the homeowner contracting with you or with the subcontractor?
With me, and I subcontracted out. They're well aware of it.
So the homeowner would look to you as the responsible party?
Correct. We are the branch 3 position to, excuse me, to identify the infestation and make the recommendations to eradicate it.
So do you take the position then that even though you no longer are licensed in Branch 3, you are still responsible for, I'm not no longer licensed in Branch 1, you still assume responsibility for the Branch 1 work done by your subcontractor?
I accept the responsibility because I chose them to do it.
Okay. I have no further questions. Board members, questions?
Thank you, Ms. Charette. This is Board Member Anderson. I don't have any questions, but I appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
This is Board Member Finley. I actually heard your case in, I think it was October 2020. So I love the attitude change on being the responsible party at the end of the day on the incident. So I wanted to commend you on that. The question I have, Mike Saunders is the Branch 3 operator right now. What is he full-time? What's his role there right now on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, he's full-time. He comes in every day. He does inspections. He makes sure that the the treatment department is doing their job and have the right products and the right safety equipment.
Okay, so with his retirement, you want to hold the Branch 3 operators. Will that role be filled, like his absence? Who's going to fill that role in his absence of, being the guy being the person day to day overseeing the Branch 3 employees?
I would be overseeing the Branch 3 employees, and for his position, we are right now training an existing employee to get his Branch 3 field rep.
Okay, so out of the 19 employees, there's none have their field rep Branch 3?
Yes, I have one other, or no, I have two others. I have Randy Witzel and Randy Kroc.
Okay, and they're the ones performing the inspection.
Correct.
Okay, with the other 15 to 17 employees, what are their responsibilities?
They run my repair crews, and I have a pest control department.
Okay. Let's see, probation, the main work, any board complaints in the last 10 years? Have you had any board complaints or incidents that you can share with us?
No, I have not.
Okay. No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Board Member Tengen. I have a couple questions for you.
Sure.
You stated in your testimony for your business practices that you'd be more thoughtful versus getting it done. Can you please give a few?
Well, I'll use this incident as an example. Nowadays I would approach it completely differently. I'd be much more thorough with everything that I do. I'm keeping safety the utmost priority of the job. Probably eliminating the whole idea of the 30 people and their families, and figuring out how I could help them stay out that extra day.
Thank you. Another question was, that big job, was that your first company's big job?
No, it was not.
And another question was, you stated that as a qualifying manager, you should be accountable 24/7, correct?
That is correct.
And you stated that you take a week off, and would you like to continue that statement?
Oh, spend it with my grandchildren.
You do realize you need to be on call, right?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Any further questions by board members?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris, do you have any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. I have one follow-up to your inquiry, actually, of Ms. Charette. Ms. Charette, you testified, I believe, before that you don't do fumigation in-house. I'm going to put quotes between the term in-house. You did not mean by that that fumigations aren't done in homes, but rather that you don't do them through your business any longer, correct?
We, as a company, do not provide that service. We just facilitate it with a subcontractor.
Okay, very good. And you don't have an interest in returning to providing fumigation services of any kind under a branch 1 license. Is that clear?
That is clear.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from the Deputy Attorney General?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you all very much for your courtesy and cooperation in this matter. There being nothing further to be resolved within the four corners of the petition hearing, this concludes the petition hearing in this matter. The record is closed, the case is submitted, and we're off the record in this matter as soon as the court reporter advises us of the estimated number of pages and the ending time for the hearing.
I have 12:23, Your Honor, for the ending time. And 75 pages.
Okay, thank you very much. As I say, the record is closed, the case is submitted, and we're off the record. And the board meeting, or the board will be meeting in closed session. So thank you, everyone, for your courtesy and cooperation.
Thank you for your time, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you to the
Thank you,
board
everybody.
members. Unless
Thanks to
you need
everybody.
me after closed session, I'll be signing off, but I can be back if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. We will move on to our agenda item 5 and 6, which is to adjourn to a closed session. So pursuant to Government Code Section 11126, subdivisions A1 and C3, the board will meet in closed session for discussion and to take action on disciplinary matters, including the petitions, and will conduct the annual performance evaluation and consider the salary of its executive officer. After the conclusion of closed session, the meeting will return to open session. Yes, I can go.
Vacinone and warfarin were prohibited. And our department has issued this letter to provide guidance to the county agricultural commissioners on the implementation of these changes. Additionally, enforcement letter 24-15 and 24-16 were issued in November 2024. These letters were to announce the amendments to Title 16, California Code of Regulations, Section 1970 and 1970.4, to include the additions of sections 1970.41 through 1970.43. Specifically, the changes were made to the structural fumigation log, the pesticide use record keeping requirements, and the pre and post notice requirements respectively. And lastly, some personnel updates. Our director, Julie Henderson, retired from her role effective January 2025. Following her retirement, Governor Newsom has appointed Dr. Karen Morrison as the new director for DPR. Director Morrison has been with the department since 2018 and was serving in her most recent role as DPR's Chief Deputy Director of Science and Advisors. And that concludes our update for DPR.
Thank you very much, Lucy. At this point in time, I'll ask the moderator if there's any public comments that would like to be made on this agenda item.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment on this agenda item, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. We'll give you a moment. All right, I'm not seeing any requests for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. Agenda item number 9 is the Structural Pest Control Board Research Advisory Panel. At this point in time, we'll discuss and take possible action regarding the panel's recommended proposed topics of research and requests for proposals for the board research fund contract. At this point in time, I'll turn it over to our Structural Pest Control Board lead investigator to present.
Oh,
there you go.
Can you hear me very well?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, well, good afternoon, board members. I'm Tom and Eichen with the Structural Pest Control Board, and I'll be giving you this update on a research advisory panel. So there was a memo provided. You should have that in your packet of material. And first want to mention that President Anderson had appointed new members to the research advisory panel prior to the meeting that they held. She appointed those members on June 18th, which consists of board member Ann Kerbindall, Tony Visner from DPR, Department of Pesticide Regulation, Bernard Lewis from UC Berkeley, Darren Van Steenwyck from he's a regional entomologist from Spray Pest Solutions, and then Ashley Freeman of Advanced IPM. So According to regulations, the Research Advisory Panel consists of a 5-member panel to establish criteria that research proposals must meet for recommendation to the board and consider topics for soliciting requests for proposals for research contracts funded by the board. So that's what I'll be going over with you. I'm just going to highlight some of the issues that occurred with the meeting. On December 3rd, they met to consider the solicitation request proposals and establish the criteria that those proposals must meet, and so that they can provide recommendations to the board for this. The research committee, or I'm sorry, panel, reviewed the prior recommendations that were in the proposed regulations, the proposal regulations, and they created the new criteria for to basically address the focus research on new studies and treatment of integrated pest management for the following pests: ants, cockroaches, and termites. Within that framework, they were providing information, or the proposals that need to be considered shall include original innovative research on new procedures, processes, practices, or programs. And additionally, researchers must be based in California with a demonstrated history of scientific research. They will then, in creating that criteria, their RAP recommends establishing the following minimum qualifications for the proposals. That be that the principal project director and key participants have prior scientific research, knowledge, and experience with relevance to the proposal. Proposers and individual researchers must include a summary of a minimum of 3 prior peer-reviewed search projects. Proposers must provide the name, title, address, and telephone numbers of a reference relevant to the above referenced projects. And proposers must demonstrate that the projects were completed within the allotted time frame, and if not, provide an explanation. So beyond the recommendations that the 2018 solicitation requests have been amended with additional changes. You should have in your packet the attached 2018 solicitation request with track changes for these new recommended revisions for the board to approve. And then the action that's requested is that you approve the research advisory panel's recommended updates to the 2018 solicitation request, and then establish the proposed minimum qualifications as outlined in the track changes. So you can refer to that in your material, and that should be something you can consider.
Thank you so much, Tom.
Thank you.
At this point in time, I'd like to ask the board for a motion to approve.
I would like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Moderator, could we check in with the public to see if anybody has any comments on this motion?
Thank you, Madam President. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment on this agenda item, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. We'll give you a moment. All right, I see no requests for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. It has been moved and second to approve the Research Advisory Panel's recommendation updates to the 2018 solicitation request for research proposals, including the focus on IPM for structural pests and the proposed minimum qualifications as outlined in the track changes document. Sophia, can you take a roll call vote?
President Anderson.
Yes.
Vice President Finley.
Yes.
Board Member Bindal. Board Member Bindal.
This is the moderator. I see that Bindal is still logged into the meeting, but he is muted.
Okay. Board Member Mendenhall.
Yes.
Board Member Paxson.
Yes.
Board Member Tingen.
Yes.
We have a 5-0 vote and the motion passes.
Thank you so much.
I'll stay here. I'm on the next one.
Oh, okay. Can't get rid of you yet, Tom, right?
Yeah, sorry.
All right, so we'll move on to agenda item number 10, which is the Structural Pest Control Board Technical Advisory Committee update. Back over to you, Tom.
Thank you. And again, thank you, board. I will update you on this item, which is the Technical Advisory Committee. And as mentioned before, a new committee was established here by President Anderson. This committee I'm very proud of. It's 10 members on there consisting of John Tangen. He's a board member. Les Johnson from Corteva Agriscience. Ed Hernandez from Insistex. Jeremy Davis from BASF Corporation. Andrew Sutherland from the UC IPM program. Dr. Chow Yang Lee from UCR, California Riverside, and Vice President of Thrasher Pest Control, Garrett Thrasher, Darren Van Steenwyk from Prague Pest Solutions, Todd Beeden from Terminex, and Beth Boss from Department of Pesticide Regulation. Pretty outstanding committee there. So this committee was appointed initially to establish and deal with issues relating to bait stations. We held our first meeting December 4th and discussed the issues that it was tasked to address regarding how current laws and regulations affect the use of monitoring and bait stations and how the changes and developments of these products and recent research have affected the industry and the need for clarification of proper recommendations for treatment of subterranean and Formosan termites. So the committee met and we discussed a lot of topics, a lot of issues, obviously around the bait stations and the monitoring stations, mainly focusing on the fact that they have not kept pace. The laws and regulations have not kept pace with science and the use of these products. We also discussed the need to address the confusion in the industry regarding their liability concerns and how to make proper recommendations regarding the use of these products. So we broke this down into 4 different categories from our meeting. In the materials that we've provided in this memo, I listed in each of these categories some of the highlighted areas, and I'm only going to touch base on some of them because obviously there's a need to kind of read through these and understand them. The 4 basic areas we broke it down into were the need for clarification and definitions, the need for clear laws, regulations, and proper recommendations, and then identified issues with bait stations and with the monitoring devices. And then the 4th category in the memo is regarding action items that we plan to take regarding the next meeting. So just highlighting some of the issues for the need for clarification, talked about a lack of alignment with the laws and regulations, basically causing confusion for the industry, and that the Technical Advisory Committee feels that they need to address these things. Definitions for a structure and infestation. We feel the law is not real clear on that and that needs some updating. Define what constitutes a structure and how far out from a structure is still considered part of it, or the ability to make recommendations for treatment within that structure. Consider splitting the definition into infestation into evidence within the structure and evidence outside the structure. Consider defining pre-construction and post-construction. Consider the difference between control and extermination in terms of current and future infestations. Propose 3 different kinds of applications for recommendation, meaning the use of bait, extermination, control, and prevention. And that's for the needs for clarification and definitions, the need for the changes in laws or regulations and proper recommendations. Some of the highlights there were clear information and definitions are needed regarding bait stations installed around the perimeter versus the above ground bait station. The fact that current law is unclear about whether the licensee can recommend a treatment for subterranean infestation within a foot or 18 inches from the exterior perimeter of this structure. EPA already has an approved definition of structure, which can be used as a template. You'll see that outlined in our Action 5 item. Challenges arise in defining structures such as tree houses, structures built on property lines. And there should be some language about removing subterranean termite tubes at the conclusion of treatment when using an above ground station. In regards to the bait stations themselves, one mention was brought up that we've already had bait stations existing for 30 years. So Centricon's been around for that long. Obviously still don't have laws to address it. Many other states and countries have implemented the use of bait as a regular part of their extermination process. Some recent studies show that these baits are considered superior to liquid treatments. And even though the industry does want the option to use the bait for termite control, some PCOs may prefer liquid treatments. Monitoring devices don't contain a pesticide or a bait product. The use of these monitoring stations may require inspections and notices of completion according to current laws, and determine if installing monitoring systems constitutes the need for an inspection and notice of completion. So just to summarize all of that and what eventually with more meetings we'll be providing recommendations, but I would highly encourage you to kind of start looking at some of these laws and regulations and how this is affecting the use of these products as we begin to delve into more definitions and try to categorize that for you and bring recommendations. We'll obviously want to make sure that you're well versed on that. And then the action item that we had in regards to future meetings is to start with comparing the definition of a structure with the proposed definitions of use in pesticide labels and begin to prepare a draft for the next TAC meeting and then to be able to provide that to you. And then the next steps is that we will continue to meet and research these issues and try to outline and prioritize them for discussion and possible recommendations.
Thank you. And I want to take this time to thank all of the individuals involved with the panel and the committee. I know that all of these clarifications and updates are, seemingly small in some areas, but really are going to make a huge impact. So really thank you all and everybody that's involved to be able to make up, especially this new committee to make sure that we are on track in terms of trends, but really at the core of safety for our consumers. So really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, and so while this this agenda item is not up for a vote, I do want to take an opportunity to turn it over to our moderator to see if there's any public comments on this agenda item.
Thank you, Madam President. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment on this agenda item, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. I am displaying directions and will give you a moment. All right, I am seeing no requests for comment at this time. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. I want to check in with the board at this point in time and see if anybody had any questions or comments, additional comments.
I just wanted to say thank you, Tom, so much for being here in person, heading both of these committees. Do we have there's not really, and not that we need it, but like a timeline? Like these are great things that you guys brought up. Like I love seeing all of these and that you guys are working on those. Do we have like, when's the next meeting? What's the timeline? Is it something over the next 2 years we're addressing these things? What does that look like?
I hope that within the next few months, we'll schedule the next set of meetings based on everybody's availability. But I would imagine for maybe every board meeting or every other board meeting, I'd like to at least have some, maybe recommendations that could go forward. The industry is very much chomping at the bit to have these. I think that one of the things the board really needs to be aware of is that the sustainable pest management issues that DPR is undergoing right now, the mandate by the state of California to begin to eliminate or remove active ingredient products from the availability and use for the tools for pest control companies. I think it's important that we have this on track so that it can be used properly and the laws can align with it. The industry is changing a lot with the use of these products, the baits, and I think there's a lot of confusion with what they can and can't do. So I think it is important. But yeah, I would hope that we will continue to have regular meetings and bring recommendations for us that the board can vote on.
Awesome. Okay. So we'll plan on hearing updates at the board meetings, get updates and knock some of these items off the list, basically.
Yeah, the research advisory panel won't be as often as the technical advisory. Obviously, that would be something that is a slower pace, but I think that hopefully we'll be having some regular meetings with the TAC so that we can get something on the table for you guys as soon as possible. So,
awesome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, agenda item number 11 is consideration of and possible action on comments received regarding proposed regulations to amend sections 1936, 1936.2, 1948, and 1997 of Title 16 of the CCR fees. At this point in time, I'll turn it over to our executive officer to present.
Hi. I'll refer to, there's a memo in your packets that contain a detailed, all of the comments that we received during the public comment period, as well as a summary on the memo of those comments. And just for a little bit of a background, at the August 2024 meeting, the board approved regulatory changes to examination, license, renewal, and WDO activity fees. The rulemaking package was submitted at the end of December. It was published in January, and the public comment period closed on February 24th, 2025. We received 11 comments, primarily opposing the increase in WDO activity reporting fees. The commenters suggested that increasing enforcement against unlicensed activity would be a better revenue solution. Others questioned the transparency of the board's financial situation and the necessity of the fee increases. While there is some acknowledgement of the need for higher fees from the commenters, most of the 11 commenters would like the board to reconsider the increases, particularly the WDO activity reporting fee. However, staff recommends moving forward as proposed. The board operates as a special fund entity and is facing a structural budget deficit. Most license and renewal fees are already being raised to their statutory maximums, and the increase in WDO fees is necessary to maintain board operations. Additionally, comments suggesting enforcement as an alternative revenue source are not viable, as fines are unpredictable and cannot replace a stable funding stream. Ultimately, failing to act now would jeopardize the board's financial stability, leading to service reductions and delays. Staff recommends rejecting the comments and proceeding with the regulatory action as proposed. Are there any questions?
I just had a question on, I know former board member Thrasher had brought up in the regards to increasing fees on branch 2 instead of just branch 3. It seems like branch 3 is always, gone after. Let's just raise the price on branch 3 and that's will increase the revenue. Were those options looked into or what?
They were. So we have a statutory maximum on how much we can increase our fees. And right now I'm going to the maximum that law allows me to go to with regulations. We are looking into, and this was brought up at the last meeting in October, I was directed to go back and actually put together some sort of legislative proposal, do a fee study, see what we need to put those statutory maximums at so that it can be a little bit more spread out, just really analyze what our options are. That is being done. Unfortunately, I don't have that ledge proposal ready for the board right now. It's something that I plan to submit for a recommendation in our sunset report. So once we get that increase in legislation, then I have a little bit more wiggle room to increase in regulations, if that makes sense. I hope.
Yes, that makes sense. Yes.
So I'm going to the maximum that I can go to with it when it comes to the branch 2. Now, increasing the WDO unfortunately is necessary in order to make up the additional revenue that we need to make up.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean that, who knows, in the future, maybe what happens is once it's more balanced, if that's the way that the board wants to go, maybe the WDO can come down at that time.
Okay.
It has happened.
All right. Thank you.
There is, I'm sorry. Go ahead. There is a motion on the memorandum. There are options on the memorandum. On page, the last page of the memo, page 6 of the memo, option A or option B, if you needed some direction on that motion.
I'll ask the board for a motion.
The recommended changes. Sorry, I'll move to approve the recommended changes. Okay, I'll read it exactly as written. Attorney I move to direct staff to proceed as recommended to reject the comments as specified and provide the responses to the comments as indicated in this memorandum.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Moderator, can we check in with our public and see if there are any comments from the public?
Thank you. I've opened up the question and answer panel, and if any member of the public would like to comment on this agenda item, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no requests for comment at this time. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. Any additional comments for the board before we proceed? Okay. It has been moved and seconded to approve the proposed motion from the memorandum in the meeting materials. Sophia, can you take a roll call vote?
Yes. President Anderson.
Yes.
Vice President Finley.
No.
Board Member Tingen.
Yes.
Board Member Paxson.
Yes.
Board Member Mendenhall.
Yes.
And Board Member Bindal.
Yes.
With a 5-1 vote, the motion passes.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 13, discussion and possible action to reconsider previously approved text and to consider initiation of a rulemaking to amend regulations at sections 1940, 1940.1, 1941, and 1942 of Title 16 of the California Code of Regulations Examinations. Oh, apologies. Okay.
They're the same.
All right. Agenda item 12, regulations. Agenda item 12 is review, discussion, and possible action to ratify amend regulations at sections 1936, 1936.2, 1948, and 1997 of Title 16 of the California Code of Regulations fees. And I'll turn it back over to our executive officer, Sophia.
Thank you. This is the same regulatory package we were just talking about. So now it's coming back to the board. What happened was in August of 2024, the board approved this language. There were non-substantive changes made to more specifically, it was to the license applications that are in this regulatory package. Although they were non-substantive, we felt it was best to ratify the language, bring it back to the board and have you vote on it again. I did list out the changes there for each license type. I'm sorry, for each application. And again, it's minor things, typos that we found, words that we changed and whatnot. So the motion is at the bottom of the memo if you guys need assistance with that.
I'll ask the board for a motion.
I'll move for the board to approve the proposed regulatory text for sections 1936, 1936.2, 1948, and 1997 as presented in attachment A. Direct staff to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking process, including the filing of the final rulemaking package with the Office of Administrative Law. Authorize the executive officer to make any additional non-substantive changes to the proposed regulations before completing the rulemaking process, and adopt the proposed amendments to sections 1936, 1936.2, 1948, and 1997 with the non-substantive amendments discussed and approved at this meeting.
I will second that.
Any questions from the board? Moderator, could we open up comments from our public?
Thank you, Madam President. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. And before we conclude, are there any additional comments from the board? All right, it has been moved and seconded to approve the proposed motion from the memorandum in the meeting materials. Sophia, can you take a roll call vote?
Yes. President Anderson.
Yes.
Vice President Finley.
Yes.
Board Member Tingen.
Yes.
Board Member Paxson.
Yes.
Board Member Mendenhall.
Yes.
And Board Member Bindal.
Yes.
With a 6-0 vote, the motion passes.
Thank you. All right, and a little bit of deja vu for everybody. Agenda item 13, discussion and possible action to reconsider previously approved text and to consider initiation of a rulemaking to amend regulations at sections 1940, 1940.1, 1941, and 1942 of Title 16 of the California Code of Regulations examinations. And I'll turn it back over to our executive officer to present.
Thank you. So this is the examinations language that we're outlining our examination process and regulation. It's also meeting federal EPA standards. You voted on this language in August of 2024. The package has been moving along. However, we realized that we incorporated by reference in the language the federal EPA standards. And the materials at the August meeting did not have that language attached. So what we're doing today is not slowing down the process, just wanted to reiterate that, but we would like to get a vote, include the language this time, and proceed with moving forward with this package. And the motion is at the end of this memo, the recommended motion.
So you're asking us to make a motion to rescind the board's prior text approval?
There are two options. We are actually recommending
I believe it's option A.
They're both over this.
With no suggested changes, is option A.
Yeah, yes. My apologies. Option A.
Somebody else's turn to make a motion.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to rescind the board's prior text approval for this item from August 2024, and said approve the proposed regulatory text as presented in the meeting materials in attachments A and B, and submit the approved text to the Director of the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business, Consumer Services, and Housing Agency for review. And if no adverse comments are received, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any non-substantive substantive changes to the text and the package, and set the matter for a hearing if requested. If after the 45-day public comment period, no adverse comments are received and no public hearings is requested, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking and adapt the proposed regulations, including the document incorporated by reference as noted for 16 CCR sections 1940, 1940.1, 1941, and 1942.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Any questions from the board? Moderator, could we ask the public if they have any comments on this motion?
Thank you, Madam President. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment on this agenda item, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment at this time. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. Any additional comments from the board before we continue? Okay. It has been moved and seconded to approve the proposed motion from the memorandum in the meeting materials. Sophia, can you take a roll call vote?
Yes. Board President Anderson,
Yes.
Vice President Finley,
Yes.
Board Member Tingen,
Yes.
Board Member Paxson,
Yes.
Board Member Mendenhall,
Yes.
and Board Member Bindal.
Yes.
With a 6-0 vote, the motion passes.
We'll now move on to agenda item 14, which is the executive officer's report, and we'll turn it back over to our executive officer one last time to present.
Thank you. In the materials is the fund conditions, the budget, where it stands. I'm actually going to turn over just subsection A, which is the budget update, to Ryan Harrington, who is online. And he is our budget analyst over at DCA's budget office.
Good afternoon, moderator. May I ask you kindly to add Suzanne Balkus to the panelist, please?
Sure. She's been added.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Harrington, and I'm a budget analyst with the DCA budget office. And I'm also here with my manager, Suzanne Balkus. I want to thank the board and the executive staff for allowing me a few minutes to present on agenda item 14A, the board's expenditure, projections, and fund condition statement. For the first page we'll go over is the board's expenditures, which is page 80 or 97 on the document. These projections are based on actual data through fiscal month 6 for the 0775 support fund. This report includes 23-24 actual expenditures in green, as well as 24-25 budgeted and projected expenditures in blue and orange, which also includes a budget allocation breakdown. Over this 2-year period, costs are slightly higher. As we move to the end of the document, you'll see that the board has a beginning base budget of approximately $6.8 million and is projected to expend approximately $5.7 million, creating a reversion to the board's fund of $1.1 million. The next document I'll be going over is the board's revenue projection, which is either page 73 or 96 of your document. This report includes receipts collected through December. I'll go further into the projections as we transition to the next slide. Bear with me 1 second. Okay, so as you can see on the document, up until December, our year to date is roughly about 2.8 million. And we're projected to do a year end of about 5.6 million. And current reimbursements are still at negligible levels. They're below 1,000, so we're just tracking those. Next, we're going to be moving on to the fund condition statement, which is either page 78 or 95 of your document. The left column is the board's prior year 23-24 actuals. It shows the board began 23-24 with a beginning balance of over 3.2 million, collected roughly 5.5 million in revenues. Of that, 679,000 from initial license fees, 250,000 from license renewals, about 4.6 million from the issuance of citations, fines, and delinquent fees, and other revenue. The board expended approximately 6.2 million, which includes 567,000 in direct draws to the fund for statewide pro rata and pension payments. The board ended 23-24 with 2.6 million in reserve balance, or about 4.9 months in reserve. For the current year, the board projected revenues of just over 5.6 million, with 699,000 projected from initial license fees, 269,000 from renewal fees, and a little over 4.6 million from the issuance of citations, fines, delinquent fees, and other revenue. The board's 24-25 expenditures based on FM6 projections is just over 6.3 million between authorized expenditures and direct draws to the fund, leaving the board with a fund balance of 1.9 million or 3.2 months in reserve. Next, we'll go over is the board expenditures for the 0399 Education and Enforcement Fund, which is on page number 83 or 100 of your document. These projections are based on actual data through fiscal month 6. As we move to the end of the document, you'll see the board has a beginning base budget of approximately 314,000 and is projected to spend 314,000, creating a revision to the board's fund of $0. Next document I'll be going over is the board's revenue projections for the same fund, which is on page 82 or 99 of your document. As of right now, the current fund is projected to do about $515,000. As of year to date, they're at $239,000 roughly. The last slide for 0399 is on page 81 or 98 of your documents. This is going to be the fund condition statement. As a reminder, we read this document top to bottom and left to right. The left column is the board's prior year 23-24 actuals. It shows the board began 23-24 with a beginning balance of over 1.7 million, collected roughly 507,000 in revenues, with 425,000 from other regulatory fees and about 82,000 from income from surplus money investments. The board expended 331,000, which includes 17,000 in direct draws for the fund for statewide pro rata and pension payments. The board ended 23-24 with 1.9 million in reserve balance, or about 68.7 months in reserve. For the current year, the board projected revenues are 514,000, with 431,000 from other regulatory fees, about 83,000 from income from surplus money investments. The board's 24-25 expenditures based on FM6 projections is just over 330,000 between authorized expenditures and direct draws to the fund, leaving the board with a fund balance of about 2.1 million or 73.6 months in reserve. Lastly, we'll go over the 0168 fund, which is your research fund. It is on page 86 or 103 of your documents. For the fund, the board had a beginning base budget of approximately 3,000, is projected to spend approximately 86,000. The next document is going to be the revenue projections for the fund. It's either on page 85 or 102 of your documents. Currently, right now, year to date, we have the fund collecting about $100,000, and we have them projected to do about $217,000 by the end of the fiscal year. The last slide for 0168 is on page 84 or 101 of your document, meeting materials, and is the fund condition statement. As a reminder, we read this document top to bottom and left to right. The left column is the board's prior year 23-24 actuals. It shows the board began 23-24 with a beginning balance of 984,000. It collected roughly 213,000 in revenues, with 164,000 from other regulatory fees and 49,000 from income from surplus money investments. The board expended $0. The board ended 23-24 with approximately 1.2 million in reserve balance. For the current year, the board projected revenues of 217,000, with 167,000 coming from other regulatory fees and 50,000 coming from income from surplus money investments. The board's 24-25 expenditures based on FM6 projections is just over 86,000, leaving the board fund with a balance of 1.3 million. The budget office will continue to monitor the board revenue and expenditures for all three funds and report back to the board with monthly expenditure projections as we continue to close fiscal months in the current year. A few things to note on the board's fund condition statement. The fund condition statement is a snapshot in time. One of the main driving factors expenditure increases in future years is a result of personnel service adjustments. These include general salary increases as well as employee compensation and retirement rate adjustments. The budget office includes a conservative ongoing 3% increase to expenditures on the fund condition statement to account for these ongoing incremental adjustments. Lastly, I would like to note the board that any future legislation or unanticipated events could result in the board's need for additional resources, which could create cost pressure on the fund. The budget office will continue to monitor the board's fund condition statement and keep the line of communication with the executive staff open for any future needs or expectations. Again, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present today's meeting, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ryan and Susan. I believe we have one question.
I want to go back to the analysis of fund condition for the structural pest control fund, which is on page 78 in my packet. And just confirm that, because I feel like we've seen this presented in a different way before in terms of differences between what was budgeted and what was actually spent, and frequently the pest control board would spend less than what was budgeted, which makes things look a little bit better. But the way I read this is actual expenditures for the last fiscal year were about $600,000 more than actual revenues. Is that correct?
That is correct. And you're talking about 23-24. So yes, that's correct.
And for current year, while it's not over, if current expenditures continue, it's basically going to be right around the same amount, a little over $700,000 or a little less than $700,000 more in expenditures than revenues.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So on the item that we talked about with respect to the fees and the changes in the regulations, While I'm sympathetic to members of the industry that are concerned about increased fees, this is exactly why the fees need to increase, because no organization can exist with a $700,000 deficit every year. Thanks.
Sophia, did you have any additional items? On my executive officer's report, I do. Okay. Thank you, Ryan and Suzanne.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We have, I have on the memo item B as the strategic plan update, 2023 to 2028 strategic plan objectives update. So since our last update in August of 2024, I'm pleased to report that we've made significant progress with our strategic plan goals. Attachment 2 in the materials goes over all of the goal areas. And over the past 6 months, goal area number 1, which is licensing examinations and CE, continuing education, has increased from 42% to 50% completed. Goal area number 2, which is enforcement, has increased from 65% completed to 69% completed. Area number 3, legislation, regulations, and policy, has increased from 51% over the last 6 months to 65%. And area 4, outreach and communications, has gone from 88% completed to 90%. And area number 5, organizational effectiveness, has gone from 81% to 86% completed. I think we have an average of about 73%. Something like that, overall completed with our strategic plan. And considering that this goes through the end of 2028, we're right on track, if not better than on track. This progress is a direct result of the dedication and work and collaboration of all of the staff. And so just want to take a moment to acknowledge them and all of their efforts. Thank you. And legislation. So I received the legislative summary a few days ago. I myself have not had a chance to really go through the bills in front of you in the material. They are 5 bills that are going to affect the department as a whole, which includes the boards and bureaus. There's a status in the material of where they are right now, a summary. I've also attached the actual language as it is currently. And I plan to have a more detailed analysis for you at the next meeting, and whether or not we want to support any or just kind of watch them go through or oppose any. And that concludes my executive officer's report. Thank you. Does the board have any other questions or comments? Moderator, could we ask the public if we have any comments on this agenda item?
Thank you, Madam President. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment on this agenda item, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment at this time. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. And thank you once again, Sophia. And thank you. I know I can speak for all of us for your leadership, as well as you recognize your staff and everybody. This is incredible work. And I think these goals and where we're at is really a testament to that. So thank you all. Thank you. All right, so moving on to agenda item 15, licensing update. At this point in time, I'll turn it over to Melissa Zanetta, Chief of Licensing and Admin, to present.
Thank you. Melissa Zanetta, Chief of Licensing.
You can move it.
Can you hear me? Okay. Uh, Melissa Zanetta, Chief of Licensing and Administration. Hello, Board President and members. I'm going to provide you an update for licensing.
Sorry, I think you're still maybe not catching the microphone.
Can you? There
Yeah,
we go.
just a little
Can you hear me
closer.
now?
There we go.
Okay. Oh, that's better. I can hear myself now. So in the board materials, you will see there's a licensing statistics report. There are no real significant trends or concerns to this report at this time. Does anybody have any questions on anything in that report? Okay. So I'm going to move on to the licensing unit satisfaction survey. We're definitely getting a lot more participation now that it's moved online. We received 47 survey responses from October 1st to December 31st. The survey did reveal that 91.49% of respondents were very satisfied or satisfied with their interactions during the licensing and company registration process. There's some feedback in here as well. Feedback highlighted positive staff interactions and professionalism with requests for improved processing times, enhanced phone support, and expanded online services. Does anybody have any questions on that? Okay. My next update is the Connect implementation. So we are still actively transitioning to our new online licensing system that rolled out in May 21st, 2024. We now have transitioned the processes for exam, re-exam, company registration, branch office registration, and our newest implementation was initial license applications. So looking ahead, we are going to be adding to that the wood destroying organism online payments and reporting, transfer of employments, change of addresses, and license renewals. So at this point, we're just kind of further developing those functionalities, and we'll slowly introduce those as the time goes by. I do want to take a moment to just thank the industry for any industry members that are listening, for your patience as we continue this effort. It's definitely been a long drawn out process, and it continues for a while, but we'll get there in the end. It's going to be beautiful. So just thank you for your patience. It doesn't come without, little issues here and there. So does anybody have any questions on the Connect rollout? Yes.
Board Member Mendenhall. So when I'm using Connect, and so we have our applicators and then they move into FR2, FR3, they take their license and pass. One of the questions on there is you're asking us to upload the live scan, which I don't have. I mean, they may have taken the applicator 3 years ago. It's something you guys would have on file. That's difficult. I basically just tell the guys to go get it again, but that's another $70, $80 out of my pocket.
Yeah,
to get
no,
that.
they definitely do not need to do it again. If they're already licensed, just have them mark no. We're working on that piece of functionality. Right now, there's no validation for Connect to know that they're currently licensed.
Yeah, I didn't know if it's like currently licensed or something like that.
Yes.
There can be there.
We're working on that.
It does. I can't remember if it allows us to move forward with that.
Just mark
Or
no.
mark no, and they'll still
Mark
let us
that they
to
do the
submit.
Yes, it will allow you to submit.
Okay.
It's just going to pop up a message that says you must do this before you're licensed. But if they're already licensed, they're not required.
I couldn't remember if it allowed me to submit or not, so.
It should,
go.
but if it doesn't, let me know
sure
for
it
sure. It should, because if you mark no, you're just going to get a little pop-up that says you must do this before we can issue a license.
Okay.
And then it should allow them to proceed and submit. But yeah, that's something that's in the works. We have to kind of do little by little, and some of it just doesn't complete the whole process for everybody because there's still little pieces that have to be developed in there.
Okay.
And unfortunately, that's one of them.
Okay.
So as a workaround, just submit no, and we'll know that they've already
Then they'll
done
get
it
there.
because
Okay.
they're licensed.
'Cause
We
I
just
might-
need that validation in there to be able to, for the system to confirm that, yes, they are in fact licensed, so they don't need it. But that'll come eventually. Yeah.
What,
But thank you for that, because that's good for the industry to know. Just check that no and then bypass it.
what makes it difficult is the developer, the contract, who we have the contract with, they are not only putting us on the new Connect system, but quite a few other boards. And so when it comes to the little bugs and fixes that we need, sometimes they don't get immediate attention. We just have to kind of wait, you know, and they're trying to iron out so many other things, so.
Not bugs, just want to make sure,
Right.
that, you know,
No.
they can get their licensing because field reps kind of important for a lot of different things.
Exactly.
that Companies do.
Maybe we can come up with some sort of messaging, put it out there that if they have fingerprints on file and they have an existing license.
Yeah.
So that's something that Melissa and I can, thank you for bringing it up. So we'll try and get some outreach out there on that.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I just had a question back to the licensing unit satisfaction survey. Was there any questions on there that got, I mean, we're highlighting like 91.49%, we're very satisfied or satisfied. Was there any questions, specific questions to the test that scored really, really low that we're addressing or that we need to address?
No, not really. There was 100% of respondents reported being treated with courtesy and respect by staff. And then 93.48% found the guidance and assistance provided by the licensing unit to be effective. That final question, the last question, is just asking for feedback.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were those okay, I just didn't know if there was any specific, like, I haven't filled out a survey yet. Were there any on the specific questions of like, the test questions were fair and whatever, on questions like that? Were there any like specific questions like that that scored low that we need to look into or address, or everything seemed great?
I mean, there was definitely comments, and I kind of summarized it a little bit where the feedback highlighted, and they want to see improved processing times. That's a big one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is kind of what we're doing. You know, we're in the transition to Connect,
Yeah.
which as we transition, our processing time has gotten better. But then, of course, when little bugs come up and we got to wait for Inlumen to fix things, you know, that kind of delays it. And, you know, it's when we hit the busy season, any little delays there affect the industry. So we do our best, you know, to try and avoid that, get things pushed through as quickly as possible. But sometimes our hands are tied when it comes to the developers. And like Sophia has said, they're actually developing 5 other boards software.
Okay.
So it's not just us. That's
Yeah, I just like on, yeah, the only reason I brought it up, just like on surveys, I love seeing like, hey, where are we doing really, really well? And then, hey, are there a couple items that we need to, you know, focus on to improve? And so just want to make sure we're addressing both sides of that.
Yes, so it was processing time, enhanced phone support, and expanded online services.
Okay.
The phone support, we transitioned to Teams in the last couple years, I think it was. What year? Yeah. A couple of years, I think we've been on Teams. It seems like it was just yesterday, but the phone tree's a lot different. It's also better in a way because you have so many different options to get directly to where you want to go. But at the same time, it's a little bit different than our typical phone system that we had. Sometimes if you don't know what you're calling for, if you don't do the right selection, it's going to take you to the wrong place and potentially you have to be transferred. So things like that. And then they said expanded online services. So those were the 3 items that we pointed out that they wanted to see change.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, which
a lot
online
of
services
addressed in the sunset
there.
reviews anyways. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Any other questions?
Melissa, under looking ahead, as we look at all of these other items that are being addressed, and I know there's other boards that are receiving the same support right now and getting that rolled out, but is there a timeline associated to those, or is it like every other chunk takes X amount of time, or it just depends on the complexity of each?
I wish I had a good timeline. I don't. We are getting ready to go into an additional 2 years contract. So I would say within the next 2 years from November, I mean, I would imagine, but that really depends. We may, you know, eventually have to break off in another contract to optimize certain features that we would like changed or enhancements, because enhancements often fall in new items, so it's a new ask. So in the end, if we have further things that we want to develop after contract, then we'll have to probably get a separate contract, or possibly even sooner if we want things to move a little faster. So it's hard to say what the timeline is, but our contract is, we can extend it for 2 years. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. And I'm sure we'll definitely use the full 2 years at the pace we're going.
And I would imagine, for things like just change of address requests, maybe is a little bit smaller, but for those items that maybe have significant impacts, are we then maybe prioritizing those in terms of that communication and outreach, or how are we sharing some of those enhancements?
Yeah, so definitely when it comes to WDO specifically, there's going to be a whole outreach, or there is a whole outreach plan for that, because that's a big component. And it's very different than our legacy WDO system. So we'll need to do a lot of outreach for that to make sure that the branch 3 companies in industry are aware of how it will work and know what to do before we even go live. So that will definitely be something that we really, really do outreach on. WDO is kind of a big piece of the project. It has definitely taken priority, but it's also something that may last through the end of the contract, because it's just that kind of project. It's a very customized project. It's not an out of the box like everything else is. So they're having to really customize our system for that, to fit it in there and make it work. So.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from the board before we ask our public? Okay, moderator, could we check in with the public to see if there are any comments on this agenda item?
Thank you, Madam President. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment on agenda item 15, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. We are displaying instructions, and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment at this time. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. All right, we're moving on to agenda item 16, enforcement update. I'll turn it over to Holly Glassner, lead of enforcement, to present.
Okay, how's that? Oh, yeah, that's good. I'm going to try to be quick. Madam President, board members, I'm Holly. I'm the lead of the enforcement analysts here in Sacramento at headquarters. I don't have a ton of significant trends for the first couple of quarters for this fiscal year. I did want to point out a couple different things that the enforcement analysts at the desk level have been implementing. The first being the workers' compensation insurance audit, or the workers' comp audit. We worked with licensing in order to gather a list of branch 1 companies specifically. That's where we started. Branch 1 companies that were showing no workers' comp, expired workers' comp, or they were showing that they were not expired. What is it when they exempt? Thank you. My brain just went. We opened up 67 desk investigations for these companies specifically at the first month of the new fiscal year. So in July, 63% of those investigations were closed with compliance at the desk investigation level, which is great. Most of it was, didn't know I needed to send that in, done, processed. Out of the 67, I want to say 37%, there was maybe 17, I think, total that went out into the field, where the special investigators then went to the offices and gained compliance. So I thought that was a good use of our resource. This was around the time when we had brand new analysts in the office, and it was a really good lesson in processing complaints. So that was nice. And then December of 2024, we actually partnered with the WDO task force. We're auditing branch 3 licensees with missing or overdue WDO report or activity filings. So both WDO reporting and notices of work completed. The WDO unit was able to generate a list of companies that hadn't had anything on file between specific dates. And from that list, we're taking, let's say, 10 at a time for each analyst, doing research. This is a little more research heavy before we contact the companies, find out when the last filings were, if they've got a balance on their account, if the company is in the process of closing. If we find that it looks like they're still working, still have insurance, still have workers' compensation, all of that, we then will contact them via email, letter, phone, to see if we can help them get up to date with their WDO filings. So far, again, like with the workers' comp audit, I have noticed that people are either just transitioning people, new office staff that don't know that they have to or need to or how to file their WDOs. It's been pretty successful. I've had a couple of companies that were in the process of closing and just hadn't gotten all of that done yet. I've had to send out the special investigators to the field, but not very often. It seems like we're getting good compliance so far. So, and then the last thing I was going to talk about was our customer satisfaction survey. I wanted to let the board know, I don't know if you guys know, unlike with licensing, we don't have our survey attached to all of our emails. Our surveys are only sent out when a complaint case is closed. Currently, it's desk investigations open. Once they're closed, we will then send a link out to that consumer if they provided an email address. So when you look on the second page of the memo, for example, our surveys, we sent out 30 and only received 6 responses. So it doesn't feel like that's a lot, but it's actually kind of a nice number. We're going to maybe do some work on getting a couple different surveys created for not just consumer complaint, but also ones that could possibly go to the company as well. That probably will be with next strategic plan. Yeah.
Or fiscal year. We'll
Yeah.
look at July 1.
And that's all. We are also going to be on the Connect system that Melissa was just talking about right now. We're just going to be doing our complaint form online. It's been created with the other 5 boards that are all going onto the new Connect system. We all created a complaint form that worked with all 5 boards, but then we all got individual sections where we could state, like, I need the date that escrow closed or this. We should probably have that up and running for consumers within a couple months. But again, we're kind of on that back end of asks. We're wanting to change a little bit of the wording on some questions. So I'll let you all know when that happens. And that's it. Do you guys have any questions? Did you see anything on this that you had questions on? No? All right. Thank you, guys.
Oh, Holly, if you can just wait just one moment, just in case the public has any questions. Moderator, could we ask the public if we have any comments on this agenda item?
Thank you, Madam President. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public has any comments on agenda item 16, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no requests for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll move on to agenda item 17, outreach and communication update. We'll turn it over to Christina Jackson Duran, Administrative Analyst, to present.
Hello, good afternoon. So I'm here, Christina Jackson Duran, with the admin unit. Today I'm here to present to you the
Christina, could you get a little bit closer to the mic? Sorry.
the board's outreach and communication update and efforts. So first we'll start with the email communication. Since our last board meeting, we've added 46 new subscribers to our mailing list, bringing our subscriber list to 840. Staff continuously encourage industry or those who are interested in receiving updates from the board, encouraging them to subscribe so they can receive those updates as well. Moving on to social media. In your board materials, I provided the account and content statistics report for all social media platforms. If you have any questions about that, I can take those after this update. Next up, we have Spin, which is our newsletter. Last year, we did publish 2 newsletters, but we did briefly pause due to the rollout of the new online Connect system, just for some added support while we transitioned. But we have resumed our efforts, so we're back up and running and expected to have a new newsletter release at the end of April. Lastly, in your memo, we also provided a list of speaking engagements that staff have attended since our last meeting. I would like to also add one that did not make it to the list, as the event happened after the board materials were prepared. On February 26th, the board was invited and attended the Department of Pesticide Regulation IPM Achievement Awards ceremony and networking event. Lead Special Investigator Tom Meniken and Investigator Jeff Meringue and myself were in attendance at this event. And the event included stakeholders from across the state who all play a role in achieving the state's goal of a wide-scale transition to sustainable pest management by 2050. And then at our booth, we were able to provide resources to those stakeholders and have conversations with them as well in our role and efforts in promoting sustainable pest management practices. So with that, if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open it up. Moderator, could we ask the public if they have any comments on this agenda item?
Thank you, Madam President. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment on agenda item 17, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment at this time. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're going to be moving on to agenda item 18, review and possible approval of SPCB DEI supplemental strategic plan. For this agenda item, I'll turn it over to DCA Solid Planning Solutions to present. Welcome.
Hi, hello. I'm Sari Rani from Solid Planning. And I also have my co-facilitator with me, Elizabeth Cornell. All right, let me get into the WebEx because I got a presentation. Hopefully you can all see it okay from...
Yeah, we can see
Okay,
it great.
perfect. All right. So like we introduced ourselves, Sari Rani and Elizabeth Cornell. What we're going to be doing today, this is a little bit different than some of our other DI supplementals. Our plan's already drafted and we're going to have you review some of the updates that staff made and also give you an opportunity to add additional stuff or make adjustments if you'd like. And today what we're going to do is Elizabeth and I are going to act as a neutral party. We're going to be providing structure for the meeting today and documenting any discussion that happens. We do ask that for this, you do try to minimize distractions, respect one another's contributions, and we do ask that everyone do try to participate with this. That does look like a very big agenda, but I promise you it won't be. It's not as lengthy as it seems to be. We're going to watch a couple diversity, equity, and inclusion training videos. Our first one's about 20 minutes long, and then we have a much shorter 2-minute one afterwards. This is part of your DI training as board members as well. So this is what that opportunity for that. We'll give a very, very brief purpose of what strategic planning is and why we're doing this and why we're adding the DI supplement to the process. We'll quickly, you should have gotten the environmental scan with your board meeting materials. We'll quickly look that over, and then Elizabeth and I will pull up that amended strategic plan with the staff edits, and then we'll get approval on all those edits. All right, so at this point, I'm gonna pass presenter back to our lovely WebEx moderator, and she will get the videos started for us.
All right, hold on just a moment. We have to do a little bit more adjustments for the videos. So thank you for your patience as we do this.
Hi, my name is Lisa Bacon. Training manager.
Sorry, 1 second, the video's not showing.
Yes, that is true. I am making adjustments before I share it. So just
no worries,
yes.
Thank you.
Yes, yes.
With the Department of Consumer Affairs Solid Training and Planning Solutions team. I'm excited to bring today's training video about diversity, equity, and inclusion, also known as DEI, to all of you. My training experience in DEI goes back to 2015 across multiple departments, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to support DCA's DEI efforts. What does DEI mean? That's the title of today's training video and is truly reflective of what we will cover. The training content was collaboratively built using resources, research, and training with the goal to further our understanding of this important topic. This training video will provide a foundation of the general concepts, understanding, and importance of DEI. The Solid team is honored and excited to be a part of DCA's DEI initiatives, and we will continue to expand our commitment to DEI through both training and learning. I'm also proud to share this year, every Solid trainer will be DEI certified, and more DEI trainings are on the horizon. I expect this will only be the beginning of exciting things to come for DCA. So now, let's get into it. What does DEI mean? Our learning objectives for this training will be to understand what diversity means and who it relates to, why it's necessary to choose equity versus equality. We'll discuss the benefits reflected in our work culture when we practice inclusion, and I'll share several examples of how to integrate DEI. I think it's important to mention this training's alignment with our mission statement, which is to advance a diverse, equitable, and inclusive California Department of Consumer Affairs for all. To understand diversity, we first need to define what it means. Diversity is all the characteristics and experiences which define each of us as individuals and the groups to which we belong. Often there's a mindset which associates diversity with only individuals who fall under the protected classes. Diversity is relevant and inclusive of every human being based on each aspect of our lives. We're multi-dimensional beings, which makes us diversely unique. Race and ethnicity are frequently misunderstood. People don't always recognize or identify themselves with one simplistic and usually limited category listed on a demographic questionnaire. To shed some light on this, here are the definitions. Race is biological and refers to groups of people often based on physical characteristics such as the color of their skin. Ethnicity is a broader term than race, and it's your cultural identity. It's chosen or learned from your culture and family experiences, such as a certain custom, traditions, and languages you've been exposed to within the group you feel you belong. Someone might say their race is Black, yet they associate their ethnicity with Portuguese. Or another person might say their race is white and their ethnicity is Irish. I'm a fan of this diversity iceberg because I feel it's a good representation of human diversity. Above the waterline, we can only see about 20 to 30% of an iceberg. The other 70 to 80% is below the surface. When we first interact with someone, there are features we can quickly identify in a short amount of time, such as their body language, an accent when they speak, possibly their gender, and how they're dressed. But these only represent very limited and sometimes inaccurate characteristics of the person. There are numerous layers and dimensions to who we really are, such as our education, sexual orientation, work ethic, strengths, life experiences, and personality traits. And it's impossible to identify these core attributes within a person until we've invested the time to find out. And this is when unconscious bias comes into play, above the surface, when our brains quickly respond to a person or group of people simply based on limited external perceptions. Our brain is biologically wired to rapidly intake information all around us to determine our safety. It's the mechanism which activates our fight or flight response. This is also known as implicit bias. It's an unconscious response and inherent to all humans. We're exposed to influences from an early age based on our environment, our family, education from schools, community, television, movies, marketing, and one of the most powerful influences in our culture today is social media. Because of these unconscious influences, our brains begin to form stereotypes about the society around us. People who look or act a certain way are categorized in our minds based on these mental intakes. Have you ever had that gut feeling when you've been around someone for 5 seconds? It's important to listen to our intuition, but this becomes a problem when we have a strong reaction to someone based on very limited information. We want to trust that feeling and sometimes revere it as a superpower, but we need to make sure we pause and ask ourselves truthfully what prompted those feelings. This is why unconscious bias tends to have a negative connotation. It is how our brains work, but we have to hold ourselves accountable for how we respond, especially when it's based on an unfair judgment. If we're brave enough to ask and listen to how we've impacted the people around us, we can become more aware of our own biases and reprogram our brain's response system. Viktor Frankl says, between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. Now I want to talk about the E in DEI and the difference between equality versus equity. Equality happens when we provide the same, equal treatment to everyone, and it can feel fair. When we choose to give equity, we create pathways to equal outcomes by recognizing that some people and communities have unequal starting points. This picture reflects what it looks like when we give everyone equal resources. Our intentions may be good, but when we check in and ask people how they're doing, we'll find out not everyone was able to participate. If we check in with people first and find out what they need, it levels the playing field for everyone to succeed. Equality is often related to what most of us know as the golden rule. Treat others the way that you want to be treated. But what you need to succeed can look very different from the people around you. Equity is a verb and a choice. We should all practice the platinum equity rule, which is ask people what they need, then choose to give it so they feel respected. We all deserve respect. Aretha Franklin sang it best. RESPECT, find out what it means to me. I love this quote from Maya Angelou. She says, I've learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And this is when inclusion comes in. Inclusion is the practice it takes to create a positive work environment where the differences of every team member is recognized, understood, and valued. Inclusion is about building trust within our working relationships. One attempt isn't going to automatically change everything, and it's not always easy because we don't automatically know what everyone needs or how people prefer to engage. Inclusion takes time and practice. The key is we need to be curious, ask, listen, and invite the people you serve to provide input. Don't just ask for their feedback after the project is said and done. Give everyone involved a voice and a seat at the table. When we practice inclusion, it lifts morale. Retention increases because people like coming to work. When people feel valued and heard, they're innovative, which inspires collaboration within teams, and DCA becomes a destination employer. Simon Sinek believes the role of a leader is not to come up with all the great ideas. The role of a leader is to create an environment in which great ideas can happen. How can we create inclusive engagement? Hold meetings regularly, then give people options for how to communicate and provide input. In work groups, extroverts tend to speak up and sometimes dominate conversations. If an introvert or analytical person who needs a little more time to problem solve isn't given an opportunity, great ideas and insight can be lost. Groupthink, also known as conformity bias, can quickly contaminate a group when everyone's voice isn't heard and understood. When a special assignment or project is given, make sure the goals and expectations are clear. Give everyone on the team an opportunity to learn and grow from a special assignment. Create a mentoring opportunity by pairing someone more experienced with someone who's new to the project. This knowledge transfer is ideal for succession planning. There is a DEI section in the Strategic Planning Environmental Scan. It will centralize input on DEI matters and contain demographic information collected. This section can help further inform the board as it considers impacts of policy decision. Our mission is to provide outstanding support services, oversight, and innovative solutions to boards and bureaus that regulate California professionals and vocations so that through this partnership, all Californians are informed, empowered, and protected. Our vision, together protecting California consumers. Our values, accountability, communication, diversity, employees, integrity, leadership, service, and transparency. As a board, you should ensure that your mission, vision, and values supports change and evolves to meet the needs of all Californians. We want all Californians to feel accepted in seeking services we provide. As board members, you are the leaders of the industry you regulate. In this next section, we will discuss actionable areas to incorporate DEI in 4 areas: policy, licensing, enforcement, and outreach. In policy, we need to ask ourselves if the decisions we are considering will lead to the success of everyone involved. Reflect on who will benefit from or be burdened by the proposal or decision being considered. Are the needs of one demographic different from another geographic group? Think equity. What data or metrics will you use to evaluate the impacts of your decisions? Leverage methods that increase public input and engagement, such as workshops, surveys, and multilingual communications. Actively engage with diverse and underserved communities. Reach out to associations, colleges, interested parties, other licensing or regulatory bodies. Utilize the strategic planning process. Review information collected through the new environmental scans, which incorporate DEI questions. In licensing, when licensees reflect communities they serve, it expands access to all. Use plain language. Simplify communication so it's easy to understand and complete. Expand multilingual resources for applicants and consumers. Consider additional pathways to gain experience and/or education for licensure. Expand outreach for subject matter experts to ensure the exam development process is inclusive. When it comes to enforcement, Drive fair outcomes and protect the vulnerable. Review enforcement data and trends. Update enforcement policies, processes, and procedures to mitigate unintended consequences to impacted populations through increased engagement with consumers, stakeholders, and communities. When you build your team, consider the needs of all the communities we serve. Do you need more bilingual staff? Do you need additional staff in certain areas of the state? Expand your outreach through HR, job fairs, and inquire about other opportunities you may not have considered before. As you begin to integrate DEI, remember you can't take the bias from the person, but you can remove the bias from the process. Through outreach, you can increase access and opportunity when you reach and meet people where they're at. Do you know what the second most common language in California is? Spanish. So when you translate resource materials based on the people you serve, you expand language access. Develop multilingual communications for social media posts, applications, forms, and other resources you provide. Publish written and video testimonials from your diverse consumers, which reflect their age, race, gender, and cultural differences. As you begin to integrate DEI, remember to leverage all the resources available to you at DCA. The Equal Employment Opportunity Office administers the American Sign Language and Real-Time Captioning Services contract. The EEO office conducts the department-wide language survey to identify the public it serves, the languages spoken, and the bilingual resources available at DCA to ensure equal access is provided for all consumers. The Consumer Information Center administers a contract that provides phone language services to consumers in over 200 languages. The Office of Human Resources administers the bilingual pay program, including the establishment of bilingual positions. The Office of Publications, Design, and Editing coordinates requests for the translation of written materials. The Solid Training and Planning Solutions offers DEI-related trainings, surveys, meeting facilitation, and development of strategic plans. The Office of Professional Examination Services offers examination translation and adaptation services. I want to share one of the many examples of how the Board of Barbering and Cosmetology has integrated DEI.
The California Board of Barbering and Cosmetology celebrates the ever-changing diversity of California's consumers and licensees,
so we can establish a quorum.
Which is why the board has made a concerted effort to expand on its language accessibility. Here are some of our achievements. Upon request, each individual that visits the board in person is given the opportunity to access an interpreter via the language line phone service if the individual does not feel they are able to effectively communicate with board staff. Let's take a look.
Good morning. How can I help you?
Tôi không nói tiếng Anh.
Okay. Is there another language that you prefer? Do you see one on this list?
Tôi nói tiếng Việt.
Okay.
A unit within the Department of Consumer Affairs called the Consumer Information Center, or CIC, provides phone agents who assist consumers and licensees in English, Spanish, and more than 240 other languages with the assistance of a third-party vendor via the toll-free number 1-800-952-5210. Phone agents usually serve as the public's first point of contact. They provide many services to both consumers and licensees. CIC phone agents answer nearly 1 million calls per year. The board provides 3 additional language access pages in Spanish, Vietnamese, and Korean languages on its website, www.barbercosmo.ca.gov. The English homepage has the option for Google Translate. Almost every publication, form, bulletin, and trifold the board provides is translated into Spanish, Vietnamese, and Korean. Items such as the self-inspection worksheet and the what to expect when you're inspected trifold are available in these languages. Select videos such as foot spa cleaning and disinfecting have been translated into the Vietnamese language and posted to the board's website.
Hi, my name is Kai with the State Board. I'm here doing inspection.
When inspecting salons with Vietnamese-speaking individuals where violations have been found, inspectors utilize a translated violation cover sheet, which contains a simplified, translated explanation of select common violations. Citations that are issued to nail salons are provided in both the English and Vietnamese languages to the establishment owner. Board inspectors, exam site staff, and headquarters staff receive updated, specialized training on how to utilize an interpreter via the Language Line phone service to address language access situations found in their respective job roles. Interpreters are provided free of charge to petitioners in disciplinary review hearings upon request, so that each licensee can fully understand their hearing and the additional information provided at the hearing. The California Board of Barbering and Cosmetology is dedicated to providing all individuals with meaningful access to the board's services, programs, and activities. We are working hard to expand our language access, and will continue to do so.
When we think about DEI, remember diversity is a fact, equity is a choice, inclusion is an action, and the outcome is belonging. UC Berkeley's Others and Belonging Institute states, belonging describes values and practices where no person is left out of the circle of concern. Belonging means more than having just access. It means having a meaningful voice and the opportunity to participate. We need to make sure our efforts aren't just transactional. They need to be transformative, and it will take time. So remember, DEI is a journey, not a destination.
All right, and we have one more from our DCA director. This one's much shorter.
In 2022, Governor Newsom issued an executive order directing state agencies and departments to build upon the state's efforts to advance equity by taking new concrete actions to address disparities and expand opportunity for all Californians. The governor's executive order builds upon and strengthens the state's commitment to a California for all. We all have an important role in this effort. As you develop your board's strategic plan, building in and embedding diversity, equity, and inclusion into the goals and objectives is one of the most effective ways we can make progress and produce results with long-lasting impacts. The work that the boards and bureaus do touches the lives of every Californian. That is why it is so important to take into account every Californian when building out the board's mission, vision, values, and goals. The department's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Steering Committee and the SOLID team are available as a resource to help you in meeting those goals. Thank you for being a part of making our department a diverse, equitable, and inclusive California Department of Consumer Affairs for all.
All right. So just to kind of briefly brush up on strategic planning. Strategic planning answers a couple questions: the where are we now, where are we going, how will we get there? Your strategic plan was made back in 2022. And what we're doing today is just adding a little bit edits to it to kind of make it diverse, equitable, and inclusive. Like you heard in the videos, we're doing this because the governor had an executive order in 1622 requiring that we include equity analysis into strategic plans. We're also adding this to consider all individuals when creating our objectives, and also creating pathways to equal outcomes. All right, so this is the roadmap for strategic planning for the DI. Where normally for these normal supplements, we usually are at the planning session, but today we are at the finalized plan. So we're taking staff's recommendations on what to add to the strategic plan, and you're gonna review and we'll finalize those edits and then hopefully approve. And then after that, I will work with the staff to do action planning with, which is where for any of those objectives where we edited them or we added new ones, we'll create steps on, okay, what do we need to do in order to achieve these new objectives, or what else do we need to add to our current action plan to meet the new things that we added. All right, and then you should have got the environmental scan to look at in your board meeting materials, and just kind of a reminder of what that is. The environmental scan kind of tells you how your stakeholders felt about the board for all of those questions. It's also a response to the industry or profession that the board operates in. So everyone was asked for questions, and those DEI questions asked about different perspectives, about ideas and priorities, any unnecessary requirements or barriers to licensure, outreach and connection to all Californians, and how to further equal access to opportunities. And then if you can see the slide, this was your participation levels, which are really good for some of the DEI supplements. You had 843 external stakeholders respond, and you had a total of 861 people respond to this survey. All right, and then back last year, what we did is we actually did like a mini strategic planning session with staff where we came up with those objectives to add to the strategic plan. And so that's what we're going to be kind of looking at today. And then just as a reminder, the strategic direction of the board is shaped by everyone here today. As a reminder, consumer protection is your mandate. And then staff are going to be responsible for implementing those new objectives or any new edits that we add. So as we are, making edits, or if we're approving them, be mindful of staff's time and resources, especially because the strategic plan does expire in 2026. That's next year. Oh, it is 8. Okay, my apologies. Okay, well, you got a couple extra years to add to that. But still, we do want to be mindful of staff's time in those extra years. All right. So for your resources, we're going to be using your expertise, that environmental scan that you got, and also the workbook if you were able to fill that out ahead of time. If not, totally okay. And we are going to review those edits. So at this point, I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to look at the edits to the mission, vision, and values. I'm going to pass this over to Elizabeth so she can scribe. Oh, here's the mouse. There you go. Okay. All right. So staff suggested for the mission statement that we add the word equitable in front of education and add the word.
Would you mind making that a little bit bigger?
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you.
Is that better? Perfect. Okay. And then we also added the word fair before regulation. Do we like these changes? Do we feel like something else should be made to them?
Do you guys want me to read the mission statement? Or are you okay? Oh, okay. Has dropped.
Okay, apologies.
Found it?
We found it.
No worries.
Adding equitable and fair. Yeah.
Your mic. Yeah, I don't think we have any objections to that.
Okay, in that case, we'll go ahead and accept those. And then no changes to the vision statement or the values, but at this time we could if you feel there are changes needed. Looks good. All right.
No, I don't think so.
Perfect. All right, in that case, we'll go to our first goal area. So for the goal area description, we have the board sets standards to ensure excellence in practice and public safety while promoting fairness, accessibility, and inclusiveness.
You guys, explain it again. You guys have sat down already with the staff. and
Correct.
Come up with this, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you're just, if we need a change, like we need to give a final approval.
Yeah.
Is basically what you're looking.
Yeah, typically we would do a session with the board members also. However, unfortunately, this one got pushed out so far. And we felt that we wanted to give you the yeah, otherwise you have
that's
to
fine.
wait till your next meeting to approve.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I think you guys are the experts at it. So I mean, if this is what's needed, to be put in there, I mean, I don't know if I have much input after just watching a 20-minute video on it and being like, oh no, you guys should reword it to this if you guys already have sat down. So I guess you're just looking if there's anything that we're saying, no, we don't want that in there.
I think the
Or
only,
we're approving it.
yeah, the only item that I would suggest maybe a change is instead of saying maybe promoting fairness, I think down below we talk about ensuring fairness and consistency. I guess just to make it a little bit more active in terms of we're not going to only be promoting fairness, accessibility, and inclusivity, but it's really about the goal is to be actionable in that, right? And to like implement a fair, accessible, and inclusive.
So rather than promoting, maybe ensuring, and we can change that first ensure to promoting, maybe swap those two words. Would that?
I mean, I think we can keep the second ensure too, but I just
Okay.
think the first one maybe while ensuring fairness, accessibility, and inclusiveness rather than just promoting it.
If we go back to like the ensuring, I mean, and promoting it, ensuring, I don't know, I think you can get like a
Guarantee.
lot of different variations. So you didn't do this, another person, you didn't do this, or we're going to promote, by accessibility. I don't know how we can ensure everything to everybody's definition unless it's clearly defined, which
You're
is a
saying-
lot of work.
We should keep it promoting, like
Yeah.
we promote it, we can't ensure it.
Yeah,
but
well,
we're
because
gonna
my
promote it.
ensuring
Yeah, yeah.
is
No, I
different
know.
than someone
Okay.
else's, perhaps. I don't know. It's my thought.
So in that case, change it back to promoting.
Based off what Scott said, yeah, I would say, yeah. I like what Scott said. I mean, I get what,
Yeah, I was
That's
just trying to
Anderson
make
was
it a
saying,
little
but-
bit more or less than we're just champions of it, but
yeah, but what,
That's
how
fine.
can we?
I mean, well, we can't ensure, but we could say like while, something along the lines of like, while aiming to ensure fairness, accessibility, and inclusiveness.
Or you could say something like, while being conscious of fairness, accessibility, and inclusiveness.
Yeah, while being conscious or while promoting. I'm fine with how it is. so-
Or, I mean, if we could say maybe just while championing fairness, accessibility, and inclusiveness.
Okay.
I just think maybe that gives it a little
Championing's
bit
good.
more, Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Otherwise, that looks good.
All right. In that case, we'll move on to objective 1.1. We added one word, which was the word accessibility. So this is implement the Connect system to improve transparency, accessibility, and efficiency of the examination and licensing processes.
Yeah, everything on this page looks good to me. I don't know if anybody else has any additions on that page.
Okay. And then there is one additional objective that staff added. I just want to confirm that that one is good also.
Yep.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. In that case, we will move on to the next goal area. I'll pass this over to Elizabeth.
Same drill for enforcement. The statement itself had one new word, add all in front of consumers. How do you feel about that addition?
Yep.
Okay. And do you have any additional edits you would like to suggest? Anything that considers diversity, equity, and inclusion? That's what we're looking for today.
I mean, can you, like, on 2.4?
Yeah.
On 2.4, like, an example of, on enforcement accessibility. I mean, because I like the statement, implement the Connect system to improve transparency and efficiency of the enforcement process. So accessibility, we're throwing that word in there. We're specifically giving an action item, I guess, that accessibility, now it's going to be in different languages.
That could be one. Yeah. That could be
Okay,
something
is
that
that
that falls under accessibility. It could be that we have our, I don't know, different paths to filing a complaint, not just going online or, I don't know, taking into consideration ADA, or you want to elaborate?
It's kind of similar vein of accessibility could, like an actual item under there could be people being able to access that online through the Connect system rather than just the website. They could also follow up on their complaint cases if they submit and they decide that they want to follow up on it. That way they kind of track on how it's going. Because a lot of times I know for people who submit complaints, they will say like, I never hear anything back. So having it in having the enforcement processes in the Connect system, they could then be able to, track their cases and see where it is in the process.
And that will all be defined after we establish these, then the action items come
We
from
go-
there, right?
Yeah, we'll work on that with staff. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, I mean, my overall thought, playing devil's advocate, is that, like, at what point, again, these are just words, and I think these are all needed, but it's, hey, I have a complaint to make, I don't have a computer, I don't have internet, I need an enforcement agent to come to my house with and I don't have pen and paper, I don't have the money for that, so if they're coming to my house and they need to write the complaint for me because I'm actually illiterate, and, right, like, I don't know, where do you draw the line of like, hey, we're gonna be accessible to like every single thing that you need, and so I just, I want to put these things in here, it sounds great. I'm all, like, just.
Yeah.
I think
There's a
that's where
line, yeah.
this one in particular is talking specifically about the Connect system.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
No, I get it. Again, I think it's just as a general, it's like, we can't, like what you said, we can't ensure it to every single person, every single thing, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Behind all of
Yeah,
this
but
should
I
be a
think-
concept of it has to be reasonable too.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And
But I think what you were saying is that when we get a little bit more granular is when we're done with these goals, then at the staff level, when we start to figure out, okay, so what does accessibility?
Yeah, what
look
are the
like?
individual steps underneath
What are those
it?
specific steps? Then that's where we have to
Correct.
get a little bit more defined in terms of that.
And then kind of like you mentioned earlier, this objective is specifically about the Connect system. And it is just, it's to improve. So you're not really ensuring anything, but you are trying to improve.
But to your point, Kyle, do you feel like maybe
Needs to
there's
be
something
reasonable.
missing there in terms of?
No.
like-
Okay. Yeah, I guess I was just saying an
Yeah.
overall comment
Yeah.
of DEI and like where you can draw a line on it and stuff. So, yeah.
Are we
I'm
all
good with
okay
everything
on
goal two.
number two?
Yeah.
Yep.
You guys are good with the new one
Enforcement
as
is
well,
all good.
2.5?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And any edits? When you see the new words, it's easy to get caught up and it seems like it's just wordsmithing. So I encourage you to look at the objectives themselves and think of, is there anything that we're missing or any DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion concepts that we can add to it or that should be added to it, like that was missed in the original objective?
We can go to goal 3.
Oh, you're ready? Okay. Okay, there's the statement.
Can I make a comment or question? Or
Yes.
In goal, you're on 3. In that sentence, you do the parentheses DEI, but you don't do it in other places. I would suggest maybe being consistent throughout.
Got it.
Like goal 5 doesn't have it, and there's a few other places. So maybe do it in the very beginning, and then use DEA. DEA.
We will
Yeah.
double check on that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any edits or do you accept the change to the statement itself?
It's fine.
I mean, what did it say? Did it end with while promoting? How did it end before? It looks like, I don't see anything like crossed off. The board pursues statutes, regulation, policies, and procedures that strengthen and support its mandate and mission while promoting. Was while promoting not there before?
I think while promoting might be new. Do you guys have
I'm
the?
just wondering how it did.
Mm-hmm.
Like while promoting fairness.
We're pulling it up at this moment. That is school area 3. Yes, while promoting is new, so it just ended at mission.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the last one, 3.6, remind me, so what does that look like in terms of our process, like incorporating equity analysis and considerations? How does that look like in our process right now?
I think, unless Sarah, but I think that would be a question to the board.
Yeah. Well, the only thing I have to add is, basically, part of it is this DI supplemental right now. But Sophia might be able to answer on this one, for 3.6.
So I was just wondering if it speaks to incorporating equity analysis and considerations in the board's decision-making. So just what does that look like in terms of like our,
Yeah, how is it?
like, how is that implemented?
Did this so long ago? That's a good question. I'm not sure if this was a recommendation from Solid, or was this one that other boards were including?
I don't recall this being often an objective for other boards. Sarah's pulling up the PowerPoint of that session with staff. What I'm thinking it means is just making sure that as you're making your decisions and you're developing policies or adhering to policies, that you consider DEI, like having that lens.
Can I suggest that we add where appropriate? So incorporate equity analysis and considerations in the board's decision-making where appropriate. Yeah.
Sure, we added that. I think Sarah was going to give us some insight.
Yeah. I pulled up the PowerPoint session from when we worked with staff, and the brainstorm version that we had there, so not defined or anything, was incorporate DI rulemaking and policies by engaging diverse stakeholders in the regulatory process.
Say that again?
Say that one more time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Incorporate DEI rulemaking and policies by engaging diverse stakeholders in the regulatory process.
I don't think that's,
Not even.
that doesn't sound like it connects to what we're talking about
Yeah.
here. But are we okay with
But
just saying?
Considering DEI when making rulemaking and policies,
Yeah.
taking
because when I
DEI
think
into,
of the picture of the slide, right? It was like the different
yeah,
slide or the different stools so people could see. I mean, we have to protect the public and you can't, I mean, if.
Are
I don't know,
we,
you just
are
can't-
we okay with just modifying with where
Yeah.
appropriate?
Or just. Yeah, and consider, I think, instead of incorporate.
Yeah, I was just wondering if the equity analysis was like a specific process or something that we're saying. But if it's just the lens, then I think I think already sort of.
this could
are-
be more of an internal,
Yeah.
policy decision making. I'm not sure. I think that what we wanted, maybe the area we were talking about was just incorporating DEI when it comes to making decisions on, board policy.
I think maybe we say consider DEI in the board's decision-making where appropriate.
How do you all feel about that?
I'm good with that.
Okay, so consider DEI
In the board's decision
decision
making.
making where appropriate. Yeah.
Fine with me.
That's
Okay, then on a,
That makes much more sense.
I could just, I mean, I agreed with your concern, Yesenia, because I can view this as being like every single staff.
Have an
report now
analysis
has to
or
have a-
something,
a
or-
par-
I would have been,
Yeah.
yeah, we would have struggled with the action items on that,
Yeah.
probably. Thank you.
Thank you.
and then what does 3.5 look? I mean, the act is the act. I mean, we've gone through a couple of things of just changing a few things in the act itself. Looking at the language in the act to improve and address barriers to diversity, equity, and inclusion. What's unclear about the act? I mean, it's, your fee is X amount, your renewal date is X date. What is the language in
Well,
the act that will take forever
or-
to review?
One thing that comes to the top of my mind right now is all of our examinations are only given in English. And I think there is something in our act that says, and it's also in the federal standard, I believe, that licensees need to be able to read and understand the labels in English. So that's an area that I've wanted to look into a little more, to see, get an analysis, work with legal on what exactly does that mean? And does that prevent us from, can we make changes in the future so that we can offer our examination in other languages? So those would be changes that need to be made in the act.
Okay.
That's off the top of my head, one thing I can think of. But again, I got to work closely with legal because I don't know, if we currently can or if we actually need to make changes.
I just didn't know how deep down
Yeah.
it's going to go.
And I think I like the way you word it as review and revise as necessary, right? So there might be very minimal changes
Or
there
maybe
might be
none.
extensive or none, so.
But at least we've looked at it. We've done what we can and
Okay.
Yeah.
So the wording for 3.5 is good? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Any edits to the other objectives? No? No additional objectives you would like to add? No? Okay. Move on to goal 4.
All right, so there we go. Outreach and communication. We added inclusively communicates its mission, vision, and goals to all stakeholders, ensuring equitable access to information. How do we feel about this, these edits to the goal area description?
I just have the same issue with ensuring
Yeah.
and also
Yeah.
thinking about Kyle's like equitable access to information. I mean, how far do you take that?
Yeah.
I mean-
Do we want to change ensuring to promoting again?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
What, I wonder if we, instead of, sorry, this might be just minor, but I wonder if instead of promoting, because we don't want to, I mean, we're not promoting the equitable access, but maybe just striving. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
just
just avoiding
striving,
ensuring.
like versus like we're
equitable access to information.
Because that way, yeah, we can't ensure it, but we'll strive for equitable access versus just promoting it.
Okay. And then I believe this one, we didn't have too many changes to the actual objectives, but we did have 3 additional ones.
I have a really minor comment.
Sure, go ahead. Oh, I think you need your mic. I was just thinking that.
Can we just combine 4.9 and 4.10 to one? So it says promote and regularly update two-way communication with the pest control.
Sure. And then we'll delete 10.2. Woo! All right. So now we only have 2 additions. How do we look like those?
Do we want to say the bottom? And I'm trying to make sure I'm not missing it, but. So the bottom says improve online content to reflect and respect diverse cultural perspectives. Do we want to just say content? Because I think about, like, for instance, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Like print brochures, like materials that we have, like we would want those to reflect as well. Okay.
I mean, does that mean that, I don't know, I go to the, and respect diverse cultural perspectives, like, oh, now it's hard to get content out. We need to get content out, but man, it's gonna have to go through this whole entire process. And are we respecting all the diverse cultures to be able to get this? Now we can't even, we're not even getting content out because we're tied up by, I guess I would love to know like an example.
Maybe we say improve content to better reflect and respect diverse cultural perspectives.
We just remove cultural and just say diverse perspectives. What I'm worried about is like sometimes you can get bogged down and all of a sudden we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
8 different ways to incorporate everything. I mean, it's unwieldy.
Improve content to better reflect and respect diverse perspectives.
So
better, yeah.
Yes.
And remove.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, any other edits for goal 4?
I think we're good on
Yeah.
4.
Okay, ready to move on? All right, we'll go to goal 5, organizational effectiveness. We added while promoting diversity, equity, inclusion here.
I mean, I feel like it's kind of like a blanket statement almost. I mean, like, why not write down every single line item? While promoting diversity, equity, inclusion is how I feel. Like, oh, we were told to do this. We're just gonna throw this at the end of the sentence. I don't know if there's a better way. I mean, while being fair, or, I mean, like, how do you, is it like,
It's also one of the values
Values.
for the entire.
Oh, Mike.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's listed at the front as well as one of our values.
so we're just, okay, and so we're just kind of reiterating it on different line items.
I
It's
I
all-
felt like that's what we were doing while we were going through this process. But
I would also read,
I don't think it hurts.
using goal 5 as an example, the goal statement includes while promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I view it, everything below that as being incorporated into that. So we don't have to say DEI with.
That we don't say it, yeah.
Are you okay with leaving
Yeah,
that
yeah, I'm
on
good with
5?
it all.
Okay.
I'm good with it all.
Okay.
I guess it was more questions and.
Goal 5?
Just one second, sorry.
And do we,
Is there something in here, I guess just going back to also what was highlighted in the video too, in terms of our, like, do we have any needs in terms of staffing levels of like that, we need to, like, are there gaps in terms of languages or barriers or things like that that need to be identified? There may not be, but I don't know if that's part of something like that too, that we need to add to it as well, Sophia?
We have staffing.
Staffing levels in 5.1.
Right, I just
Oh.
mean more in terms of like, any, from an accessibility standpoint, right? Like, is there anything that we need to add to that? So continue to monitor and adjust if necessary, both like the staffing levels, but also like the, whether it be, I guess the only thing that I can think of is languages right now, but like any language barriers that are needed, and there may
Oh, I
not be,
see.
but I'm just asking, like, there, you know, if there's anything that we need to share there, like identify, and we can, and that could even be part of it, it's just more identify if there is any need for that. Any need for additional skill, like.
There's already a process in place that identifies whether, if we need, for example, more bilingual employees. They have a language survey that's done every year. And the results of that show whether or not we meet that percentage threshold. Because that's already in place. I mean, is that something?
Yeah, we might not need to explicitly call it out then.
yeah,
Okay.
I was gonna mention that, that could probably be an action item step under this goal area is to identify if there's are bilingual needs.
Perfect. In that case, I don't have anything else.
And then we're fine with that, addition, the increase, the welcoming and inclusive work environment of the board.
Sure. We're already welcome and inclusive.
Good.
We'll continue to increase it.
All right, in that case, that is everything. Let me go back to the PowerPoint real quick. Also gonna hit save on that, so we make sure we have all these edits saved. Okay. All right, so we have, this is now only 6 objectives, and your plan does go till 2028. I did have it right on the slide. I had it wrong in my head. With those 6 additions to the strategic plan, do you feel like you need to extend your strategic plan out more, or are we still good with that 2028 timeline?
Yeah.
I think we're good.
Okay, perfect. All right. So next steps, hopefully you'll approve the plan today with non-substantial edits. And then we will work with staff to add additional steps to the action plan that we created. And yeah, that is it.
Thank you. Excuse me. So I'll ask the board for a motion to approve the SPCB DEI supplemental strategic plan
As amended today.
as amended today.
Second.
She's asking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So-
Oh, so moved.
I'll second.
Thank you. All right. And does the board have any final questions, comments before we move forward to asking our public? Moderator, would you mind opening up our comments to see if our public have any comments or questions on this motion?
Thank you, Madam President. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment on this agenda item, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. We will give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Okay, it has been moved and second to approve the SPCB DEI supplemental strategic plan. Sophia, can you call for a roll call?
Yes.
Vote.
Board President Anderson.
Yes.
Vice President Finley.
Yes.
Board Member Paxson.
Yes.
Board Member Mendenhall.
Yes.
And Board Member Bindal.
Yes.
We have a 5-0 vote. Motion passes.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you both. We really appreciate it. All right, so agenda item 19, upcoming board meeting dates. These dates have already been reviewed and approved by all board members. They are Wednesday, June 25th, 2025, and then Wednesday, October 1st, 2025. Moderator, can you open and see if our public may have any comments?
That's fine.
Okay, seeing no comments, we're gonna go ahead and go to, let's see, any public comment that is not on the agenda. Moderator, could we open it up to see if there's any comments or questions on items that have not been put forth by the agenda? Did we lose my buddy? Hello? All right. Moderator, can you hear me?
Trisha, are you there? And I can't.
Do we still have members of the public on?
This is the moderator, and excuse me, I don't know if it's the storm or what, but my audio had cut out, but yes, we do. Did you need to call for public comment?
Yes, just for items that are not on the agenda, please.
Okay, we will do that. All right, so if any member of the public would like to comment on items not on the agenda, please raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. We'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. And item number 21, our future agenda items. And just wanted to ask the board if there are any specific items that you would like to see in future agenda, in our future agendas that we would like to discuss at this point in time? No? Okay.
Yeah, I would just say, just going, and I think it's going to be addressed, but just going back to increasing the fees and needing more income. I just want to be clear, like, I totally support the increase of fees. It was just more of, I would love to be able to see a report that shows, percentage of income to the structural pest control from branch 1, 2, and 3, percentage of time spent from the board on branches 1, 2, and 3, and percent, like.
Yeah,
just to have that would be awesome, to have it be an agenda item.
send it to you. We actually already have that. And I think it was the meeting, I think you actually, you missed that meeting, I think.
I
We
apologize.
presented it when we first presented this package breakdown, but I will definitely send that to you so that you can have that breakdown on what our current revenue is for those, for the licensing and versus the WDO. And why, I would love to be able to just say, let's just increase the licensing fees, but why we were, budget office really pushed and said, we need to increase this as well.
Okay.
The WDO as well, in order to meet that revenue that we need to get us to that 6-month reserve threshold that they,
Yes.
for unexpected
Okay.
things that come up.
Yeah, no, it was just clarifying. I felt like based off the numbers I was seeing was 80% of the revenue from the board was off the WDO.
It is.
Even though it's supporting branch 1, 2, and 3, and here it is like branch 3 paying for 80%. And it was just kind of understanding all that.
It is, and
Future agenda item, if we don't have the reports.
yeah,
to go
and I think, the reports, I have the reports, I can send that to you, the numbers. Yeah,
Okay, cool.
I'll send that to you. I just, yeah.
We don't need to go into that. Thank you.
Moderator, can we ask if the public have any comments on any future agenda items?
Thank you so much. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment on future agenda items, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. We'll give you a moment. All right, I see no requests for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Perfect. Okay, it is 4:29 and this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Sorry.